Buonanana. Oh, no, we don't need feedback on that, especially not right this moment. Okay. Let's see. Okay. That's where I'm hearing myself from. Hello. Yes. First time seeing the site. Amazing. Welcome, Jess. Let's see. I've got so many things going on here. Okay. Yes. Hello, Jess. Hello, Emma. Also, hello in the YouTube chat to the Morningstar Council, Mersh, Jack Coleman, Who Is She, and Jolly, Jean the Bean, and Sweet Dream. Goodness. So many lovely folks here hanging out. So, hope everybody's doing okay today. I feel like I just got done kind of like running around a little bit. What's up, Dream? I feel like, yeah, I was just like, dinner took a little bit longer than I was expecting it to. Because, like, I have, oh, what's wrong? Oh, do I have a pimple? Maybe. I have a griddle, but I don't know where the, I don't know where the plug-in is for it. So, on account of not knowing where the plug-in is, I realized, like, I needed 3 cooking surfaces, and I was only going to have access to 2. So it took a little bit longer to make dinner, and it was, like, staggered. So, like, first I made the eggs, and then I was, like, trying to cook the hash browns and the French toast at the same time. Which, those are both things that I've never made before. So the thing about me and cooking is that I am constantly, like, trying new stuff. I'm like, well, it's because I'm like, I want XY, like, I'm like, I want French toast. I've never made French toast before, so. Okay, I need to, I need to do admin stuff. Ooh, I wonder if we can do that. I need some of you to sign up to notifications on the actual website, because I just clicked send push notification, and I don't know. I think that that's what that is. I think that it's like the site asks you for permission, because that's, you know, definitely a way to get notified, since I still don't have the Discord set up. I'm trying to work on it. I need the help. I need to, if anybody does Discord, like, knows how to do bots and set up permissions and stuff, and is willing to help, that would be mucho appreciated. I don't know why I slipped into Spanish there for no reason. It's kind of weird of me. Yes, eggs and French toast are very good and relatively easy to make. All these things were not difficult to make. It's that, like, you have, like, 3 things that all need to be cooked in a skillet type environment, a skillet or a griddle. And, like, if you're making, I'm, like, making enough eggs for 2 people, that's the full skillet, right? I'm making enough hash browns for 2 people, that's a full skillet. My partner has a pretty big appetite, and I eat pretty good, too. So, you know, it's like, you know, skillet like this, full of eggs. But yeah, I hope everybody's doing okay tonight. I'm just chilling now. You didn't see the notification? Okay. Well, maybe that doesn't do anything. I sent it again. I was trying to open the chat. How do I do this? It's been just long enough since I last streamed. What was it, like Tuesday? And I feel like I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Yeah, no, YouTube notifications are their own thing, right? Which, by the way, if you're here, hello, by the way, how many people are there? 13 concurrent viewers. So the YouTube notifications are one thing, and if you, like, that's one way that you can get notified. Check your notifications, not just from my channel, but also make sure you have allowed YouTube to send you notifications, because if you have turned on my notifications, but you told YouTube as an app that it couldn't notify you, then it won't work. And then, but there's also, like, sometimes a website will prompt me personally, like while I'm using Google Chrome. So I think Google Chrome has a separate thing from, like, the YouTube app on my phone. So on the website backend, there's an option for me to send a push notification, and I'm just like, well, what is that for? I'm assuming that's through Google Chrome or whatever. Going to a cigar shop seems like it would be a sensory experience, certainly. Quite the sensory experience. How is everyone doing tonight? How are all of you doing today? Yeah, make sure to like the stream, please. That makes YouTube aware that you all like what's happening, and it makes it show it to other people. We got to get everybody on the notification gang. And does it only give you a notification when the stream starts? Like, does it let you know? Like, I set it as a scheduled event earlier today, you know? I'm wondering how much of an effect that has. Yeah, the weather was gorgeous today. Except that, like, in the morning it said it was going to rain, and then it didn't rain, and I was bummed. But tomorrow it had a really, really, really super high chance of rain, so I'm really hoping to get some rain. I love rain. I realize that it's early, you know. YouTube notification 30 minutes ago. That's pretty cool. Doing great. Been awaiting the stream. Yeah, I was trying to open the fucking... I'm so distracted. Where? How do I... How the fuck... Okay, hold on. I have to... Okay, I'm looking around it before I get too distracted. I had some questions in YouTube chat. I want to incentivize you all to go to click the top link in the description to join the website chat so that I don't have to split my attention so much between the website chat, which is what shows up on the screen here, and YouTube chat, which is separate. So please join us over here. That would be amazing. But I'm going to still try to split my attention as best I can. Gradually, I think YouTube is just going to be... I'm hoping there will be gradually less and less activity there, I guess. The top link in the description, luxander.net/live. Feel free to join us over there. It's really easy to make an account, and you can set your pronouns on the profile page, which I believe is just luxander.net/profile. Yeah, absolutely, Jess. Thanks for popping over to the Morningstar system. Do you prefer council or system? Comme ci, comme ça. Didn't matter. We get a premiere warning and then a start notification. Okay. Started a sourdough starter today. That's really cool. And it tells you beforehand. Okay. What's up, Comrade Anthony? How's it going? Do I have a favorite painter? Not off the top of my head. Oh, that sounds like a really cool vibe, Mersh. What's up, Willie? I don't think I've seen you here before. Welcome, welcome. Newcomers, feel free to hit the like button, you know. That'll help more and more people come in and hang out with us. Oh, so I guess, like, how many people are here? We have, like, 21 concurrent viewers. I still need to, hold on. I still need to figure out how to open my goddamn chat. I gotta open this message and try to find the link. This. Oh my god, why is it terrible? Hold on. we have an announcement this stream. And I know on Twitter I said I was going to wear a dress. I'm dysphoric about femme today. So maybe tomorrow. Okay, I guess the chat is just gonna suck for me. It is a white background, which I don't love. I guess I can just look at Streamlabs and both of the chats are there. So we have an announcement this stream, which is why we need to have enough people in here for it to make sense to make an announcement. Okay. Conquered the perils of Zephyr's website. Welcome over here, Jack. Thank you. And thank you, Ela Devine, or Comrade Anthony. Okay. Which do you prefer to be called? Oh, who is she? Yeah, no, I get that. It's no problem. Is that Link the one? I mean, it might still just be easier for you to stick over there. It's fine. Not a problem. Not a serious problem. I need to make Jess a moderator also. We need users. Jess is a moderator now. Okay. I bet you don't know much about how the white leaf shit works. I don't know either, so we'll have to debrief at a later time. What's up, Spectacular Snyderman? Yes, Dream, that is what the announcement is about. The announcement is about what I'm going to be calling you all. And I have decided... What's up, Alexis from YouTube? Thank you. You like Ela. Okay. Am I saying it right? Ela? So my announcement about whether I'm gonna maybe call you, like, the kobolds or the whelps or the whatever, like, the embers, we had some ideas together. I have just made an executive decision and ignored all of the polls and most previous discussion that we've had about it, because I'm just gonna call you the Horde, and you can spell it however you want. It's gonna be equally applicable either way, I'm sure. You are my Horde, like I'm hoarding you as my community. That's what I hoard, is a community of lovely people. Yeah, the Horde. Exactly. Yes, precisely. I do want to try to keep this chat open separately, as much as it sucks that it's white. Make it smaller. Okay, I need to make it even smaller. Okay, that's as small as it gets. Good, put it over here. Okay, good. Okay, good. Good. So, yeah, you are the Horde. There are, multiple ways that you can go about that. Or I'll also call you Hordes. So you join... Yeah, no poll. I mean, I feel like sex workers don't like the word whore, right? So I think as a community we should be allied with sex workers, right? I think that's really important about the dragon and the Horde, is that we be compatriots, comrades, and allies to sex workers, and not use words that are meant to denigrate them, right? Sex work is work. Let's be nice to them. But yeah, so you can spell it like you are my horde of objects, or you are like an out of control mob of people, a horde. Hordes. So I've just decided that that's going to be what happens from this point on, and if you don't like it, suck it. But yes, other than that, I guess I didn't... What did I tweet about earlier? I tweeted that I was going to... Oh my god, there's so many. Yes, Dragon's Hoard in mythology is a treasure. I like a version of dragons that has, like, less material interest in stuff. So, I could have called you the mob, that's true. It wouldn't have fit the theme. So, I do hoard friends, that's very true. Where am I? Oh, I closed Twitter earlier. That makes sense. Like a responsible streamer, I was gonna focus on what I was doing and close Twitter. But now I'm like, oh, I need to check what I said I was gonna talk about today. Okay, what I said was that I was gonna be wearing a dress, and I am not. And I had an announcement, which I did. Oh, yeah, the not guaranteed announcement. The not guaranteed announcement is dependent on you all. I know, like, in most streams I have, like, this thing over here that's, like, a stream goal. Or, like, I took down the Patreon one temporarily just because, like, the widget was not working quite right. So for the duration of this stream and the stream that I will inevitably have tomorrow afternoon my time, I am going to be trying to cover the cost of, like, the 2 weeks of groceries that I just bought. And the thing that we're trying to get to for the stream is that I don't really have, like, a lot of experience with makeup, right? Mostly I wear eyeliner. And you've seen me wear, like, when I was younger, I used to wear eyeliner. Never really got great at it until, like, more recently I started looking at, like, makeup tutorials and learning, like, oh, I have hooded eyes, and also they droop like this. So I have to do, like, special stuff to make my makeup not look like shit. So mostly eyeliner, a little bit of mascara, the lip looks that I've been doing lately. So this is cream eyeshadow, and I've never used cream eyeshadow before. And if we get to $200 in donos and or website subscriptions, so Streamlabs donations, you can do one-times like that, or I guess the subscription is technically a one-time thing unless you do the, like, 3-month purchase where you get the, see the, like, orange names? There's like 4 different tiers. You can get those colors, and eventually there will be a Discord role associated with them as well. Just working on getting the Discord set up. If we get to $200 between today and tomorrow, so I'll leave this open until tomorrow, I will put it on stream with you live. I will try to learn how to do it. You might be able to help me. I don't know. So that's the goal anyway. So it's up to you guys to, like, help me with that and to help me figure out what we're talking about today, because I guess, like, there is a brief update on the situation in Texas. I heard that there was a judge that was, like, put a stay, basically, was like, halt. No, not, oh, yeah, so that was the problem. Okay, hold on. We have a short update to the situation in Texas, where we were previously discussing that the governor had an opinion, the governor and the attorney general, I had an opinion that the way that Texas law is currently written already encompasses the idea that transgender healthcare for children would constitute child abuse, and that, like, prescribing those medications or providing gender, like people who don't say something about the harm, quote unquote, outside of the medical context specifically. Like the parents, the teachers, the doctors, like everybody is culpable for like child abuse charges effectively. And we've seen this start to take effect in the sense that a mother who works at the Child Protection Agency itself was put on leave from work, and her child, I believe, was pulled from class and questioned, and then the Child Protective Agency like showed up at the home and wanted to ask questions and shit. And so from that's like the information that I've kind of gleaned. That's what I understand about the situation. I'm assuming that all that is about one situation. Perhaps more than one thing has happened and some info has bled together for me, to be fair. This is just a very brief update about the situation. Then apparently a judge has put a stay on that situation, on them legally being allowed to take her transgender kid away from her. Yeah, like, to clarify, she's being investigated because the kid is trans, like 16 years old and trans. So, yeah, that is a stay on that one investigation. As a whole, we're still not sure how this is going to continue to shake out, but for now, that kid is not removed from their home with their mom, so great. Other than that, I didn't really have any particular plans or ideas for what we were going to talk about today. I'm okay with just having a relaxed time where we sort of just, like, I mean, if you have questions or have any, like, if we have, like, any gender stuff we want to talk about, if we have any discourse we want to talk about, could be a good time. I always enjoy hanging out and chit-chat. What's my zodiac sign? I think it's Aries, but I don't think that really matters to me very much. Not at all. Doesn't really matter to me. Skeptics. What a bummer. What a bummer group of people we are. Terrible. I've got my extremely tiny cup of grape juice. Cool. Trying to get me canceled, Ela? Jess, we have a slight moderation need in the YouTube chat. I'll just take a ban. I'm not interested right now. So yeah, you're trying to get me canceled, Ela. Opinions on trans people or queer people using the T slur and F slur. So, generally speaking, I am of the opinion that, on YouTube, the frequency with which I just permanently hide people from the ability to comment on the channel, like, if not daily, pretty close. If not daily, it's pretty close. So to answer the question about people using the T slur and F slur, generally I feel like if a word has been... I'm sorry if, like, the window's open right now. I don't know if you can hear it. Let me know if you can hear it. I think... Yeah, no, it's okay, Jess. No worries. If a word has been used against you, or, like, could be used against you, I really, like, it. I don't want to draw lines. Like, I don't personally feel like I'm the arbiter. Like, I think it's, like, I understand why, for example, trans women use the F slur. Because a lot of them were, like, really girly boys, when they were younger. And probably got bullied for it. So I get that, right? It bothers me when people are like, oh, like, certain types of trans people can't use the T slur because it's typically weaponized against trans women. I think that's really annoying and stupid. Like, if for no other reason, then it's entirely possible for, like, for example, myself to be mistaken for a trans woman and targeted with that word because someone thinks I am a trans woman. Okay? That's a possibility. However, also, whether, like, I don't have to be clocked as a trans woman to be clocked as trans, and that is still the primary word that someone is going to jump to, even if they understand that I was assigned female. You know what I'm trying to say? I kind of feel like I don't mind within the community it being used a lot more casually, you know? I've been watching some streamers recently who use it a lot more casually, and I don't mind that. Yeah, basically, what the Morningstar system just said, I don't mind other people using them, really, but I don't really use them myself for the most part. Like, I used the F-slur in the last stream lightheartedly as a joke when, I can't remember who said it, but someone was like, oh, so you want to name us after something that starts fires, like a cigarette butt. And I was like, oh, so you're saying you want me to call you? Fill in the blank. You get it. So clearly, like, I'm not totally against their use personally. It's just not, like, something I tend to make a habit of. It's shocking, and I think that shocking nature of the words can be useful, but I think it's also useful in some sense to, like, normalize it, you know? It depends. So, to answer Jess's question about my name having changed, I don't think I'm going to change the name of the channel. You will note that the website that I literally just launched is called Luxander.net. I had to make a decision about that. Basically, like, I've landed on, like, oh, you know, like, Vosh is not Vosh's name, you know? That's his website name and his internet name. And as obnoxious as it is, because usually you want to use, like, the one that you like the best on the internet in that regard, I can have, like, Luxander be, like, my creator name, and then Zephyr be more like what people call me personally if they know me. So I don't really have, like, I mean, obviously I prefer one of them to the other because I just kind of just right this moment do not resonate with Luxander, like, at all. I know, right? I know. Yeah, and Jess's comment about the slurs thing, how you can use it for yourself but probably don't use it for others, I also agree. Yeah, I guess kind of like separating the private and public persona, but not really. Like, I'm still, like on Twitter right now it says Zephyr/Luxander. Like, it's probably just going to stay like that for a while. Yeah, I had to make that choice as I was coming up on having this website come up. I was like, I have to fucking figure out what to name it, you know? Like, it's a big deal. And I've solicited... By the way, like, I wouldn't recommend turning on notifications for me on Twitter, but I would recommend following me on Twitter if you want to have input on stuff like this, because I've asked on Twitter multiple different questions about this, like, what should I use? And people pointed out, like, Zephyr is just a word, so it won't necessarily show up in searches the same. And, like, honestly, I have 7 years worth of content built up. More than 7 years. When did I... Like, basically, like, since I changed my name in 2012, so it'll be 10 years later this year, I've been writing under, making videos under this name. And that is, like, too much of a brand to try to fix right now. So it's basically like Luxander brought to you by Zephyr. Does that make sense? That's actually probably, like, the best way to put it. Like, I mean, like, I don't know how to put it. Like, Luxander is, like, the object of the the content, the channel, the creations. It's the stuff. But yeah, it's a weird transition. Like, I just started talking to people in my, like, you know, away from the internet, like my family, like my personal life, about it this week. And I'm very, that feels bad. It feels bad. And I don't love that it feels bad. It feels like dumb and shameful to have a new name after 10 years, you know? I don't love that it feels that way. I'm not saying that it's correct. I think that it's shitty that it feels that way, but it does. So, hey Piper, thank you for hanging out with us. I'm glad that you caught a stream. I'm glad that you're hanging out with us on the website chat. YouTube is showing we have 34 concurrent viewers, 33 concurrent viewers. Make sure you hit like on the stream on the YouTube channel if you haven't already. Check your notification settings, both for my channel and for YouTube itself. If you turned off notifications from YouTube, notifications from me cannot show up. Once you've hit the like button, if you're on YouTube chat, you're welcome to join us on the website chat by clicking the top link in the subscription. Make an account over here. And once you have an account over here, if you want to, it's like $5 to have a cool color name. It's kind of a running joke on these this network of websites that we're trying to kill all the white names and replace them with colored names. So, Jess, I think I got to give you a role that has color, you know? Like, or I just got to give the moderator role some colors. Let's see what we can do about that. I love being able to just, like, fix things on the fly. It's pretty cool. Oh, I fixed the buttons, by the way. Everybody, you have the ability to set your pronouns. I noticed that I don't think anybody on the website chat has their pronouns set right now. If you click away for just a second, if you go to the account button in the top right corner, I guess I'll mime it for you. In the top right corner, you can set your pronouns. Oh, I guess it's, maybe it just doesn't show on the screen. Maybe it just only shows over here. Oh, okay, I see. So yeah, you can go to the account button on the top right, and then there's a drop-down menu. You select your pronouns, and then you hit save, and I fixed the colors so that you can actually see the button. Piper, you did it. You did it. Good job. Okay, yeah, so it just doesn't show up. It's interesting, it doesn't show up on the chat on the screen here with the little dots, but it shows up on the website. So maybe I'll just keep the website open. Yeah, after only 3.5 years, Jess, right? Like, white name genocide. Mayocide. Thank you, Hila. Thank you so much for your tier 2 subscription. That's so awesome. I will have to update this because the thingy up here, it will update based on Streamlabs donations, but website ones I will have to just do subscriptions I have to do manually. Oh, and it doesn't show up in the pop-out chat. Your little pronoun buttons don't show up in the pop-out chat. I'm gonna have to tell White Nervosa about that. That sucks. Jeremy in YouTube chat asks if I have any religious beliefs. Technically, I do. I'm pagan. I adopted a pagan practice a little less than a year ago, but I am not a person who believes in non-material spiritualism. So I'm going to be doing a video series about that where I'll expand on that a little bit more. I mean, hopefully a lot more. Hopefully I'll expand on that a little bit more. How do you deal with loneliness? Not well. Pfeiffer. That's a cool spelling of that. Talking of pronouns, how much pushback have you had from people having adopted its pronouns? I've had numerous people telling me I'm wrong for using them, but they're mine. I really am only, like, I've mentioned it to, like, maybe 1 or 2 people offline, but online, like, it's basically only on Twitter that I've talked about it, and Discord, obviously. Those communities are like casual places that you can try out new pronouns, and I'm doing it at a time where I think a lot of other people are also adopting them. It seems like there's just a lot of it all of a sudden that I'm seeing. So I haven't personally had anyone take significant issue with me. I've had people explain in the comments on my video about it that they are still uncomfortable with it for XYZ reasons, but there's nobody who's like arguing. There's no argumentation really with it. So in that regard, it's been very chill. I am always like tickled and surprised when people do use them, and I'm like, oh, that's so sweet. So it's actually been going pretty well, but I also pick my battles pretty carefully. Like, I only make these kinds of requests in spaces where I feel like very, very confident that it's going to go well, or it's a very low stakes situation, you know? So, hello, Definutst. You're new here. Thank you for joining us on the website chat. Very, very cool to have folks hanging out. 37 concurrent viewers and 39 likes. Can we pump up those numbers at all? Can we pump up those numbers? My horde needs to be rowdier. Am I going to be incentivizing rowdiness and disbehavior, like bad behavior, by calling you the horde? It doesn't matter, because I'm sticking with it. Doesn't matter. The decision's been made. You are the horde. But again, it could be either the horde, like torches and pitchforks, or the horde, my precious belongings. Very silly. Yeah, exactly. Yes. You are the treasures that I wish to possess forever. A haunted movie theater sounds pretty cool. Mersh in the YouTube chat talking about had a job at a haunted movie theater. That would be lit. You're not the coalition. You're the horde. I've already decided. I've already decided. Could be the horde like the Mongolians that burned the known world. I mean, that's what I mean. You can spell it either way you want. The meaning could be either one at any given time. Yeah, yes, thank you. It is a cool cup. There's 4 of them. They're not identical though, because they're handmade. I'm gonna slowly... I love the idea of slowly replacing all of my dishes with earthenware. They're not spelled the same. Here, hold on, real quick. Where am I? Horde. You know, like World of Warcraft, but also horde, lowercase. And then horde, as in the stuff that I am hoarding. Oh, are you saying that horde is spelled the same as the Mongolians' horde? Yeah. Sorry, I was not trying to be condescending if I was just being stupid. I'm sorry. That's my fault. I do that sometimes. Oh, you're making Gears of War references. I see, Holy Wrath. But yeah, so I'll call you Hordes also. And that's an allusion to the time that I played the World of Warcraft for many years. I've been missing it really badly lately. I wonder if I should just play retail a little bit. I don't know if it's probably not bad for me to just get a month every here and there. And like maybe I could even play it on stream, and then I would have an excuse to play World of Warcraft. And I like to do the kind of shit that you're just like off on your own anyway. So I started out on Alliance because my partner got me into playing it, and he was on Alliance at the time. And then later we ended up switching to Horde. And then eventually they made it so that on the same server you could have characters from both. And then we kind of had a little bit of both. But when I recently went back to play, I didn't want to play Alliance. Like, I don't like the Alliance. I don't want to play Alliance. They suck. I think their stories suck. I think the game is catered to them. Like, if you played Classic WoW, which I didn't play it originally, I'm just, like, I played WoW Classic recently. And I just, like, Kalimdor is not fleshed out very well. The landscape sucks. The quests suck. Everything's slow. Everything sucks. The Alliance, like, the humans are always shitty aggressors. I mean, I guess not always, but a lot of the time they're shitty aggressors. Yes, the orcs do cut down forests and stuff. Like, that's obviously, like, not ideal, but I think the Alliance are jerks, and I don't like playing Alliance as much. And now that you have an elf-type character that you can play on Horde, obviously the racial abilities are different. Like, you know, clearly, like, it's really useful on a rogue to have Shadow Meld on a Night Elf, right? Which is an Alliance race. But, you know, you can, I don't know. I don't know. I tended to prefer playing Horde. But if my partner and I were to start playing again, we'd probably have a little bit of both. Well, I mean, I have all my same tunes. Like, I didn't start a new account when I pulled up my retail account recently, like last year. So, it's all the same tunes I would get back on. Do I know any languages other than English? I took 3 years of French. I would not say that I know any languages other than English, though. I've spent some time learning Japanese, so I do know some of that. And I mean, Spanish would be useful, you know. Metallic from the YouTube chat says, I just watched your Idits update video and I've decided to officially use Idits. That's pretty cool. Congratulations. Welcome to the club. That's pretty based. Idits pronouns are based. Everyone in his horde is like, man, fuck the Alliance. Yeah, it's kind of, I mean, it's easy to feel that way. And my teeth gonna get all stained. The bottoms of my teeth in the front are like chipped and they get stained when I drink wine. It's pretty annoying. When I briefly tried WoW in 2004 or 2005, I made a Dark Elf. Didn't play long because I much preferred City of Heroes / Villains. That's totally fair. Yeah, I've heard good things about Final Fantasy. And also, yeah, to what you were saying, Morningstar System, about the appearance of Kalimdor. Like, it's changed over time, right? So, you know, I was talking about Classic earlier. Like, fucking Kalimdor during Classic was 80% desert. Just terrible. Sucked. Cataclysm made it a little bit better, honestly. I didn't like some of the things about the changes that Cataclysm made, but some of the changes about Kalimdor were pretty good. And, like, I like Ashenvale. I loved Mount Highjaw. Oh my god. But that's because Mount Highjaw was, like, a quest line that changed the zone as you went. Oh my god, it was so good. I have never heard of Ashes of Creation. I'm not sure what that is. You've been using... Pfeiffer, are you saying you've been using its pronouns for like 5 years? That's pretty wild. Yeah. You're right. It's not really a desert. It's just, yeah, it's a grassland. I'm not sure I know what you were referring to about Lalafell, though. I've never played a Souls game before. I don't know if... I don't know. It doesn't seem like my type of thing. But I am also, like, not a person who handles losing games very well. And it seems like the kind of game, like, I don't really like media experiences that feel adversarial with the creator. Like, I don't enjoy feeling like there is tension, like that the creators are trying to outsmart me, or the creators are making fun of me, or that they're in any way enjoying my imagined pain and suffering. So I kind of get the impression that Souls games are a little bit too adversarial. Oh, is Final Fantasy XIV the one with the characters that look like the Precious Moments dolls? Is that what they're called? Been going through Wheel of Time audiobooks. When you say Kalimdor, I'm thinking of the Crystal Sword and the Stone of Tear. A Stone of Tear. So Kalimdor is like a thing in the Wheel of Time series. That's pretty funny. Kalimdor is the name of the entire Western continent in World of Warcraft. Like, there were two to start off with. Eastern Kingdoms and Kalimdor. Yeah, do we need to look? We can look real quick, and because just to clarify that I know what the hell I'm talking about anyway. Yeah. Hold on. We're gonna move this. Okay. We're gonna go over here. Okay. Precious Moments dolls. That's what they look like. Alright. Final Fantasy XIV characters. Images. What do I need to look for to find the little short guys? These guys? Yeah, these little short guys. What are they called? Because they look like this. You know? I don't feel like that's a very controversial thing to say. Where's my chat? God damn it. Oh, they're Lalafell. Okay. Oh, Kalimdor. Okay, but they do sound similar. That's true. Yeah, but the Lalafell look like those creepy dolls. And I can't shake it. Like, once I identified it, I couldn't shake it. Okay, here it's even better. You can see their body proportions. Let's go back over here and do this. Okay? Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. They look... This one, look at it. Weird dolls. That is a very low quality photo. Precious Moments dolls. Controversial statements. Get those creepy dolls out of my face. Okay. And there's a creepy doll who always follows you. They're gonna be some of the vicious people, most vicious people in the game, yeah. Yeah, Pfeiffer. I don't really use Facebook for much anymore. I'll share stuff on there occasionally. And, like, my local friend... I'm starting to use it more for local friends. I probably should just go through and delete everybody who's not local. But then it'd be pretty easy to narrow down where I live, I guess. I would just have to put my friends on hidden. You would not be able to see my friends on my profile. Yeah, no problem, Pfeiffer. I appreciate you stopping by. Have a great night. Sleep well. Like Willy Wonka gone terribly wrong. Kind of, yeah, they do kind of look like Willy Wonka gone terribly wrong. Has there been any interesting news lately, or any outrageous stuff going on Twitter that we want to discuss today. I've got commentary for days. We can like react to some memes, you know? I like the dialogue. Oh yes, I need to update this thing. You did something earlier. Give me this. I want this and go here. Okay. And now I gotta go over here and change the thing. Oh my gosh. Okay, we got a goal amount. And we got a $10 subscription earlier from Ela. And we're ending it in a couple days. We're streaming tomorrow. Wait, is that not in the future? When is my life? Let's just put it on the 8th. Okay. Donations through Streamlabs and website subscriptions. Please help me pay for my groceries. I will put on eyeshadow like an idiot who doesn't know what they're doing for your entertainment if we get to that goal by the end of the stream tomorrow. Or maybe I'll push it out to later in the week. Thank you so much for hanging out so far, by the way. I appreciate that. Thank you for your patience with me shilling. That is a thing that unfortunately I guess I'm just going to be doing a lot lately. Oh my gosh, Jack. That sounds wild and super uncool. I don't know who Hunter Schafer is, though. But I'm sorry that you received such backlash. Is Hunter Schafer a trans person? Hey, Angel, thank you. Welcome in. Thanks for hanging out. I don't really know how this works with YouTube showing the stream to new people, but you're welcome to subscribe. Check your notification settings, because I'm streaming on a regular basis now, but not on a schedule, so you need those notifications. Feel free to pop over to the website chat, top link in the description. Oh, her name is Hunter. Okay, the trans actress from Euphoria is called Hunter Schafer. I see. I haven't watched Euphoria. Just brought up that they were a transphobe on a video of a trans girl dancing in a skirt and they suddenly got super threatened. Oh, I see. So are you saying you started it, Jack? Is that what the message that I'm hearing? Is that you started it? Like a punk? Oh, gosh. I tweeted about it earlier today. And actually, I don't understand how Twitter works. Truly, I do not understand how Twitter works, because most of my tweets, and to be fair, I vacillate wildly between like an extreme number of posts. Like I'll be like really active for like a 5-hour period of time. Like just I have a lot of thoughts that I gotta get out of my head and I tweet them all. But a lot of my tweets don't get very good engagement, and then I posted a tweet that contained the words Riley and Calvin, and it got like over 100 likes. Like, I don't understand. But I just noticed today that Riley Grace Rochong unfollowed me on Twitter. Rest in peace. Sad. No more dialogue, apparently. Oh, I just left a thirst comment and they got angry about it. I see. It was weird that they were even there. They were there for secret thirst. They were there for thirst that they couldn't own up to. Oh my gosh. I feel like it's been going pretty okay. The whole trying to make content thing. My subscribers went up for the first time in like earnestly today. Hold on. like, my subs have been going down, like, consistently every day for, like, a month or more than a month. I finally dipped below 30,000, and it's been really, really, really upsetting, honestly. And then today it, like, finally recovered a little bit. It was actually above 30,000 again, briefly, and now it's back at 29,999,999. But, yeah. Oh my god. The struggle is real, y'all. The struggle is so real. All of your engagement helps so much. Liking the streams, liking the videos, watching the videos, clicking on the ads if you feel so inclined, you know. Throwing super chats. Super chats are like, they scalp quite a bit off of it, but it's an option. Patreon, amazing. Site subs, amazing. Everything about it that you all do to help. And like you being active in the chat, listen, streams could not really happen the way that they happen if I didn't have you all to talk to in the chat either. Yes, Jess, I don't think Riley Dennis follows me. I don't think she knows who I am. Or maybe, you know, she might, but I don't think she follows me. In any case. Resonant Bodies, what I've heard is that YouTube does bot account purges that are triggered when you upload a video. So I uploaded like 6 videos, not counting the live streams, which like are unlisted videos on the channel. So maybe I just triggered that function repeatedly and it caught more and more of them each time. And or I am also, that's what I'm told. That's what I've been told. It's been my observation that I have steep drops on the day of upload. But then when I go into the analytics and look at the video, it shows you like how many subs you lost or gained from the video page. Like, so if somebody was watching the video and they unsubscribed, it would show me. But those numbers were a lot lower than the numbers of just purely like lost subscriptions. So I'm assuming that that protocol was just being ran repeatedly. However, I wouldn't be surprised. I can't say I wouldn't blame people, because I would blame people, but I wouldn't be surprised if there were also a component to this where I am like affiliating with people that folks might consider distasteful, like being friends with Chariot might be something that has lost me like subscribers who might be more like SJW types. Not that I don't have the same belief systems overall as they do, but I just am less of a purist than they are. So it's entirely possible that my move away from that, my mentioning of problematic figures like Vosh in a positive way, might be turning people off. The kind of people that I appear to be affiliated with have changed, and I can see why people would lose interest, and that's totally fine. If they're the type of people are unsubscribing are the type of people who are upset with me for saying I like Vosh's content, I like hanging out in Demon Mama streams, like Chariot is my friend, and I think that she's a good person, like, then I think it's best for those people to not be in the community, you know? I do want you all to be able to hold me to task for things when I fuck up, but I don't want scolds in my community, really, at this time in my life. Like, I just don't feel that that's a healthy environment for me to be in, and they are going to be unhappy in this chat and in this environment broadly. Like, they tend to not be open to people who are not purists, and they, you know, because that's what being a purist means. So I'm not, you know, I just would prefer to not have people who are going to act like that. Yeah, I don't agree with Vosh 100% on everything, but I haven't like had strong disagreements that I'm aware that he hasn't ended up coming around on, you know? So yeah, so basically there is a possibility that I might actually be losing subs. there might be actually reasons that I might be losing subscribers that are not just bot purges, but I have noticed that the bot purge protocol has been running, so could be a mixture of things. And it seems like it's not like I'll get a couple and then drop a couple and then get a couple and then drop a couple. It's been a cumulative drop of like I had gotten just over 30,400 and then now it's just below 30,000, but it hasn't dropped much below that, you know? Anyway, back end YouTuber shit. As you do. I don't have like an awareness of if there's any of that shit that you shouldn't talk about, so maybe you get more info about it than I should be telling you. I don't know. Vosh has shit and food and media takes. Yeah. Thank you, Resonant Bodies. Exactly. The thing about scolds is that they inflate the stakes of every issue/take to cataclysmic levels, and that's not healthy for most communities like ours. I don't like people who use the most inflammatory language possible to describe events and essentialize people and try to characterize people as like irredeemably bad or like listen, I just don't have the patience for it. The world is actually on fire, so can we calm down about the internet discourse, you know? Yeah, Vosh and Chariot had diametrically opposed takes on kink at Pride before Vosh modified. Vosh came around on that. I disagreed with his original take, and I thought he came out too hot. YouTube algorithm drops subs in chunks, so that might be what you are noticing. Maybe. That could be. So, the content has been... yeah, like... Oh, and there's also just the fact that, like, people subscribed for edited content about Natalie Wynn and not, like, stream content about what the fuck ever I want to talk about. So, it's just a different format and vibe, also. The world isn't on fire yet for the Horde! True. So yeah, basically there's like probably a lot of reasons, but I'm glad that the numbers are starting to like stabilize, if not recover a little bit, because it's definitely like worrying. It's weird though to like have your like views and like all the watch time and shit going up while your subs are like hemorrhaging. It's very strange. When was the last Contravid? I don't know when, but I do know that she's working on one. She just tweeted about how like she was considering splitting it into a part 1, part 2, so I guess it's kind of turning out to be somewhat of a beast. Thank you, Mersh. I like having you around. I'm not sure if it's more people watch without subscribing. I can check. Hold on. We're going to look at the channel backend for a second. I mean, I'm going to. I'm not necessarily going to show you guys because I don't know what's on there. I'm not going to show you Hordes. The new Discord. If anybody in chat knows how to use and set up Discord bots, please let me know if you're willing to help volunteer to help set up a Discord server. Because I'm just real fucking tired and very busy and don't want to deal with it. I want, you know, and I want it to be like relatively easy for someone who, if we just have someone in YouTube chat who's being chuddy and we want to bring them on to have a discussion with them, I want there to be some kind of protocol where it's really easy to loop them in and get them in a call. I don't know, like I want some of these infrastructure things kind of set up, and I want input preferably on like how people in other servers do it. But yes, before the end of the month, I would consider it kind of unacceptable if I don't have it set up by the end of the month. For the purposes of, like, I want to do a call-in stream. Kind of like this, where the purpose of this is to be chat-driven, chat-involved. But I do want to do call-in streams. I could type a message to one of my creator friends and be like, hey, can we have a Discord call, and bring on one of them. But as far as you all, I want you all to be able to potentially call in. Like, the first stream that we're going to do after the Discord is set up is going to be a friendly call-in stream. No, I mean, I've done it, Holy Wrath. I just literally, like, I don't have the time or the capacity to do it. So I just need someone who is going to be able to take what I want and execute it, you know? Because everything in my current Discord server is stuff that I set up with, like, ReactBot and Activity Rank. Yeah, Angelic Voice. It's kind of a lot. There's a lot of components about being a creator that people don't realize. Like, I have to have the camera set up. The camera has to be, like, plugged into a capture card that's plugged into the computer. The microphone, like, there's lights. All of this requires, and, like, there's specific software. You have to learn how to use the software. You then have to learn how to edit. You have to learn how to use the editing software. You have to be able to make thumbnails. You have to do the metadata on the YouTube backend. It's really, like, a lot for one person to do. And that's not even counting, like, having a creator Discord, having a separate website like we do at luxander.net/live, where we're hanging out on the chat right now. And, like, I need to get art commissioned. If anybody in the chat knows someone who does dragon art and is pretty good at it and their commissions are open, please let me know. Because, and, like, I really prefer when people have, like, a ref sheet type thing, like a portfolio type thing, so that, like, it's relatively easy for me to see their art and relatively easy for me to see their pricing. Because otherwise, like, I just want to have, like, more information when I start the conversation. Like, hey, how's this, like, how's it going? Here's the basic, like, idea kind of thing. You have to sacrifice a full-born ran? I don't know what that is. And then community management is a whole nother thing, very different skill from content creation. Yeah, like, community management, like, I need more moderators, but I'm also, like, nervous about vetting moderators, you know, like, being responsible about the community and what types of people you put in positions of power in the community. Like, if I put someone in a position of power who ends up, like, manipulating someone or hurting someone else in the community via their access, like... Oh, yeah, you're right, Jack. I just don't know what full-born ran means. Did you mean to say, like, a ram? Like, with horns? I want horns. Oh my god. Listen, I need to... Okay. Is this my first stream of the month? Or I think technically on Tuesday it was March 1st, and I streamed on March 1st. It's birthday month, everybody. If that incentivizes you at all about subscribing or being a patron or whatever, or looking at the links in the description, which go to Amazon wish list links to purchase things. I have, like, a wish list about the set because I need to get some, like, I want to get some more lights and stuff for the background. Oh my gosh, animal noises outside. And there's a couple other things. There's, like, the stuff, like, I want to get some horns, you know? It's going to be at the end of the month. My birthday is at the end of the month. Yes, Jess, I wrote down your birthday because I was like, I need to remember these things. I know today was... I do require pretties. It's true. Someone bought me a dress off of my dresses uwu wish list, which I really appreciate. I have very meaty shoulders right here. This part of my shoulder, very meaty, and the dress rests right here. So I might need to modify it before I can actually wear it for any period of time because it was pretty uncomfortable. Everywhere else it fit great, but it was just very uncomfortable, so I'll probably have to cut the elastic out of the armbands. But it was very sweet. I'm very appreciative to whomever bought it, and The idea would be there if you buy a dress. Mersh, you are insanely generous. This is crazy. Thank you, Jade of Awesome. I really appreciate. Jade, is it you who I have a DM that I haven't responded to because I keep meaning to. I'm just very awkward and forgetful. But if not, still thank you. I really appreciate your support. I don't know why that one didn't show up on the... Isn't this one supposed to be Streamlabs donations? Oh well, I'll just update it. It's fine. Yes. Yeah, Holy Wrath, have fun watching anime. Gene, my favorite race and class in WoW. Oh god. I had multiple mains. I mean, I really loved... I had a druid, you know, which was initially a troll druid. What did I end up changing it to? Or maybe it just was a troll druid. I have a goblin mage that I like a lot. I like priest. I guess Nelf priest or Nelf rogue. Those are good combos. Oh, I guess you're not asking what my favorite race and class combo is. But individually, my favorite race and class. So favorite class is Druid, by far. I love Druid. I'm a Boomkin, very much a good tune for me. I love that one. My favorite race, I don't know that I have like a clear opinion on that because they added a lot of them, but you know, I liked Night Elf when I played Alliance. They were pretty cool. I like Goblin. I like the new, like, Dark Elf, whatever they're called, from one of the more recent expansions. I haven't really played since, like, Mists of Pandaria, so you'll have to forgive me for not knowing all the things. Okay, I gotta fix this. Okay. Whoa, not what I wanted, thank you. Okay. Now it's updated. 10% of the way there. Nightborn! Yes. I like the Nightborn. They're pretty cool. I also liked their new Tauren, the High Mountain Tauren. Those were pretty cool. They had different horns. Yeah, the Volpera. Yes, I forgot about them. The Volpera. I like the short races with the big floppy ears. In Guild Wars 2, I like my two mains. One in Guild Wars 2 was like the Sylvan, Sylvari, whatever the fuck they're called, the tree people. But then the short one was whatever, like, goblin equivalent when they're short and had the floppy ears. Because I jump a lot on my tunes, and I like when I'm jumping on the tune and the ear is, like, flopping, you know? That's pretty cute shit. I could stream WoW. I would need to sub. But they gave me most of the... Like, I hadn't played since Mist of Pandaria, and when I opened it to play like a year ago or whatever it was in Shadowlands had just come out. So it bumped me up to whatever the one just before Shadowlands was. I didn't end up buying Shadowlands because I was like, I'm not going to spend that money if I don't have to. I want to, like, explore these missing years of content first, you know? And then I didn't end up playing for longer than a few weeks. Turning 29 in 15 days, and 10 days later. Oh, so 10 days later apart. Okay. Most of the people I know that still play spend most of their time playing Classic. Is Classic updating, Jack? Do you know? Like, is Classic gonna be periodically updating and then getting expansions? It should have had an expansion by now, shouldn't it? Or did Classic just come out a year ago? I guess I don't know if Like, I know that they got on a rhythm where they were releasing expansions every 2 years, but I don't know if they released Burning Crusade 2 years after, I guess, official launch. Because they had an alpha and a beta, and then official launch, I believe, of Classic. I would play Classic if it were going through that process. Because, like, I started in... Fuck, what is it called? Shit. Ice Crown. Northrend. I don't remember what... Wrath of the Lich King. That's what it's called. That's where I started. So I would be interested in seeing, like, the move from Classic to Burning Crusade to Wrath of the Lich King. And then to live through the other expansions that I already lived through. And the ones that I missed out on being brought out live, you know? Like, that would be cool. But if Classic is going to be locked in Classic, I don't want to play it. We only have 17 viewers. People don't like talking about WoW. You guys have to ask questions about gender if you want to talk about gender. Jesus, it's not my fault. But yeah, I love WoW. I can talk about it for hours and hours, and it's not good for my YouTube career. I fucking wish that I had a clear idea of what kind of videos I want to talk about right now. I've got, like, scripts I need to work on, but, like, oh my god. I have to, like, fundamentally rethink my paganism script. Who even is gender? Oh my god. I think it's Jesse. Isn't Jesse gender? Referencing a YouTuber that I don't even watch. People who, watch me watch her also. So, I think her. Gender owes me $5. Gender owes me a lot more money than that. We got reparations. A slow climb back up. Oh, I guess Streamlabs always is, like, showing me fewer and, like, wrong numbers of viewers and shit. It's very annoying. Oh my gosh. It owes us a lot of monies, yes. By the time I'm done transing, it's gonna owe me way more money. Yeah, I haven't watched her. I've seen her show up on, you know, like, on the back end of the channel where it says, like, people who watch your channel also watch these other people. And, you know, there's a lot of crossover with a lot of folks. There's a whole bunch of people that I could potentially do, like, collaborative work with, but I have a tiny channel compared to most of these people, so I am struggling right at the 30K mark. Like, it's... I, like, went through a self-acceptance process a while ago where I was like, I'm just going to accept that there's a natural limit to the number of people who are going to be interested in the stuff that I talk about. But now I want to talk about more stuff. And I'm worried that I'm just going to forever be limited by having the T-slur voice, you know? It's been, like, about a year, I think, that I've been at 30K. Personal injury claim against gender, true. Yeah, and then Gayfesh, who is a popular character in the Whiteleaf website, you know, network, mentioned to me that Jesse Gender is apparently the person to talk to about Star Trek, if you want to know about Star Trek. People who watched your video also watched cattle decapitation. Oh, gosh. I guess I just, as far as channel growth goes, you know, I guess I just gotta keep reacting to Natalie Wynn's videos. We're probably not gonna strike up a friendship at this point, right? So it's okay for me to just make content about her content. Been trying not to do that. But I don't, I've submitted myself now. I have to press the algorithm buttons in order to have YouTube success. Because now I do rely on this for money. I still could potentially go back to food delivery, but I'm being stubborn and pushing my luck about it right now, so. Because that's a thing that I do, apparently. I've seen, the first two ones. I've seen, if you or a loved one has a gender, you may be entitled to compensation. I watched the original series, and then I watched The Next Generation, and I think I did also watch Star Trek Enterprise at one point. Beyond that, I watched, like, a couple of the old movies, the TOS movies, and then I watched the new, the lens flare ones. I think that I missed out the third one for a long time, and then I just watched that, like, 6 months ago for the first time. Or, like, if I had watched it before, I didn't. Everybody is spanning Deep Space Nine these days. I keep hearing this. Like, isn't that the one that's, like, they're at a space station, and it has O'Brien? Everybody tells me about that one, yeah. Voyager is the one that has the episode with Jadzia, I think. And the reason that I was even thinking about Star Trek was because every fucking time I ask you Horties, people in the community who have existed prior to me deciding to call you the Horties, every time I ask you all what you want from me content-wise, someone says your favorite trans non-binary rep or just a media rep in general, and I'm like, oh my god, there's so much shit that I don't want to watch that I have to watch in order to make that content. Like, I have to catch up on Star Treks, I have to catch up on fucking Euphoria, there's probably movies, like, it gets more and more obscure. I have limits. If I were to make this video about, and maybe I should do it more along the lines of, like, Council of Geeks and how they do, like, maybe I'll watch Euphoria and then only talk about trans rep in Euphoria and force you all to watch a whole bunch of different videos, and then at the end maybe talk about my overall thoughts or something, rather than, like, having to essentially do the research. Well, yeah, Chronic Scene, yeah, but, like, in terms of, like, I don't have great, like, ideas for what to do with the channel, right? I don't have, like, thoughts about what I want to talk about a lot of the time, which is why I post so rarely. But I want to stream and talk about stuff more often, and that requires, like, having ideas. So I ask the Gene, the Streamlabs link in the description of the YouTube video is, it pays me through PayPal the same as if you click the PayPal link, but it'll show up on screen. So if you use the Streamlabs link, that's where it'll come up. I'm excited that we're starting to see trans rep in the Cosmere, yes, but I'm just also very resistant to watching new media in general. But anyway, it matters to me. First of all, it's important that I have content ideas. It matters to me to fulfill whatever it is, whatever void you need me to fill. Like, that's why I like the idea of being like, hey, what do you guys want me to react to? Like, did someone say some stupid shit on Twitter that we need to talk about? Did someone have a video that they posted that you want me to watch? I won't necessarily watch a video that I've never seen before on stream. Technetium, welcome. Katarina in the YouTube chat asks, what has your experience been like going on and then off of tea? Basically, like, going through boy puberty and then girl puberty and then boy puberty and then going back to homeostasis is kind of how it felt. I guess when I went off tea the first time, it was a little bit like going through girl puberty, but it was also a little bit just like, oh, stabilizing again, except that my hormones are not stable when I am off T. So I may or may not have PCOS, so my hormone levels are wonky. It required a very low dose of testosterone supplement to bring me into a normative male range, so my shit's all weird all the time. And I have like 7 years of videos about that, so you're welcome to... Oh, Katarina, was it a roller coaster emotionally speaking? I went on for like 2 years solid, and then off for 2 solid years. And then I was on for 2 years, which did include like a 3-month gap in hormone access. But I was not off T. I was just unable to access medication. And that was, so that was just like a interruption of that 2-year chunk. And now I've been off of it again for like 6 months. Going on or off T is obviously an adjustment to make, clearly, you know. However, as someone with an naturally estrogenic endocrine system, and as a result, hormonal fluctuations that coincide with a menstrual cycle, this estrogen bullshit right now is always worse. I don't understand why people, like, I'm not getting upset with you, Katarina. I'm getting animated about this issue because I have had this come up multiple times. I was literally talking about it on Twitter earlier today to an extent. Like, this was correlated with what I was talking about on Twitter. Like, I experience so much disruption in my life from an estrogenic hormonal cycle, a normal monthly hormonal cycle, where, like, when you have your menstrual, like when you have menses, your estrogen is very low, and then it goes up and then drops off again. Like, your own body does stupid shit with your hormones. And for me personally, that's the most disruptive thing about having estrogen in my body, is that happens. It's the mood. It's the like almost uncontrollable crying. Like, it's very upsetting and annoying. I have to balance my emotional needs as far as, like, being off of testosterone makes me less emotionally stable. That's just my personal experience. Could be related to the fact that, like, some trans people's brains don't work right when they're not on the right hormone, versus my dysphoria over, like, when fat redistribution starts to happen after I've been on T for 2 years. I hate that, and I don't want to look like that. So I have to balance those needs. But, like, going on or off T is, like, going off T, there's the kicking back up into estrogen, quite difficult. Takes a while. However, going on T, fairly easy transition, right? Being off T for a period of time where my monthly shit starts to happen. My shit is not monthly, but my quote unquote monthly shit starts to happen. The most disruptive thing hormonally in my life, by far. And it really upsets me when people are like, oh, well, no wonder you have BPD, or no wonder you're so unstable. You keep going on and off hormones. I'm like, you don't know what you're talking about. It's really upsetting. Like, tell me you've never had a menstrual cycle without telling me you've never had a menstrual cycle. Or that your symptoms are so mild as to be negligible. Holy shit. I'm worried about having puberty mood swings while also having adult problems. It was hard enough in middle school. That's true, Technetium. And yes, lots of Mayo names, but that also means lots of new viewers. Yes. We have not committed the Mayo side just yet. We did get a tier 2 sub earlier, which was awesome. We got a tier 2 sub. Yeah, why no magic hormone-free transition? But yeah, Technetium, I guess it, like, puberty mood swings, like, which direction are you going? Like, if you were going on estrogen, I could see it being like, yeah, you'll cry more easily, potentially. Mostly the experience that I hear is that there is some kind of emotional inhibition or disruption or dysregulation, and then going on hormones resolves it. So like I am not the only person I've ever heard about who had like a really like who was just in tears, like a puddle of tears, easily cries kind of shit. When as a transmasculine person, their system is estrogenic. Like they're not on testosterone, right? With women, femmes, usually what I hear is that they are unable to access their emotions, or they're experiencing them in like a very alienated manner, and then going on estrogen like it just helps them like access it in a healthy way. So usually what I hear is like some kind of dysfunction beforehand, which is resolved mostly. Yeah, PCOS can really fuck with your head too, because PCOS is a hormonal problem. Like I say problem, like it's considered abnormal hormonal like activity. Yeah, Jack, to be fair, like the thing about aggression and male puberty, I will say that like the first time that I went on T especially, I noticed that anger became a bigger part of my emotional processing, but for me it would be more like where I would normally get sad and stop at sad about something that had happened to me, or like upset, or like, you know, like upset about the situation or whatever. Like normally I would park there, but after I went on T the first time, I would then get angry about the injustice and then work to solve the problem. Also might have just been part of getting older, because I was like 21 when I started T the first time. But yeah, that was my experience. Oh yeah, and birth control is the worst. Alexis, are you on okay, so maybe you switched off. You said you might be on, you have been on the wrong birth control, sobbing over small things. My personal experience has been that progestin only birth control is pretty based. But like yeah, I mean, some people who have like testosterone in their bodies like experience anger outside of their control. Even when I'm off T, I feel like my anger is like I'm scared of being angry because I don't want it to fuck my shit up. Like I don't want to say something while I'm angry that I'll regret. I feel like I could go out of control very easily, even when I'm off T. So it just made it to where I could act on those feelings a little bit better. Yes, Alexis, good. That's good to hear. Depo Primavera. Oh yeah, the Depo shots. I've heard that those are fucking terrible. I take the progestin only pill, but I am considering getting one of these little dealies. You know, one of the little arm implants. I felt very out of body watching myself going through the motions before T. Yeah, that is, it's like a dissociative experience is what is commonly reported. Being on birth control as a young teenager, then going off of it will fuck you up, per my boyfriend. I was put on birth control when I was like 13. Birth control pills, combination birth control pills. And I'm pretty sure that like, have you ever, like, you know how trans women and trans femmes, like, I mean, obviously they do tend to have like a rib cage that is just like bigger. However, it tends to be additionally that the breast development is what is like what the end result is described in some communities as like broad roots, which is to say that like more of the boob is like on the side and above. Like if you don't have this problem, usually like most of the boob is down here, right? Most of the boob is happening here. Your chest is like flat, and then there's boob that happens. Projection is what that's called. Broad roots shallow. So you might have like the same amount of boob material as someone with like who's like, ooh, clearly you got rockin' double D's or whatever, but like you look like you have smaller boobs because they're distributed further. Trans women have that problem. Often, I've heard. Um, Allegedly progesterone can help, true. But I have broad roots. And I think that it's because I was put on hormonal birth control at age fucking 13. Maybe it was like 14, but it was very, very shortly after I started having periods. Like, it was too early. And I feel like it was like, oh, you're doing all these, you're dating someone older than you. You have all these behaviors. And it's like, well, maybe you could be like a fucking adult and parent me through this instead of just putting me on medication that we don't even like that is not meant to be used on someone my age. So, and like, obviously, like, I have gone through different feelings about having the titty. I wanted them removed periodically, and now I don't. Now I'm like annoyed that I have broad roots instead of like a normal distribution, I guess. Sometimes I actually think that my chest is pretty cute. I don't know. Ooh, yeah, Mersh would not let doctors put me on estrogen again when they formally diagnosed PCOS in my 30s. Yeah, no, fuck that shit. Are you kidding me? Katarina, this video will be available on the VOD channel. Let me go ahead and let me make sure that there is a link in the description to this. I have a separate channel where I upload the full streams because the algorithm doesn't like it when I put them on the main channel. So let me just put a link in the description for you. We'll get this all hammered out. Because I think I have this up over here. Okay. Whoa. Da, 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 da. Okay. So if you refresh the page there on YouTube, there is a link in the description to, it's called Luxander VODs. Or like it says like full stream recordings here. This will be uploaded in full on that channel. There is a playlist called All Streams that people do like to fall asleep to, apparently. So it's something you just have to get used to people saying about you, and you just have to, like, it's such a weird thing. Hey, Leftist Owl, how's it going? Yeah, growing into 40Ds is pretty good shit. I actually just did a measurement, because, like, I've been very sore, and I've been off tea since, like, September or whatever, so I have grown a cup since before the last time I was on tea, which periodically happens throughout your life, so Leftist Owl, I am just never gonna stop being cute. Jack Coleman and Leftist Owl both in both chats. We got YouTube chat and website chat talking about how I'm a cutie. I just can't help myself. I'm just so ding dang cute. But yes, I suspect that being put on birth control at a young age fucked my shit up a little bit. It was pretty annoying in retrospect. Can't help it. Can't help it. Can't stop, won't stop. My brain just tried to create like a joke between like simp and imp, like Demon Mama's Community, the imps, and then I was like, I can't do it. I tried, and I couldn't do it. Try my best. I feel like I'm funny, but I have to... It has to be the right circumstances. I honestly, like, most of the time when I am funny, I'm like, ha! I didn't expect me to say that. It's a thing that happens a lot when I'm streaming, too. Just generally, I'm like, aha, I didn't expect me to say that. Do I know the origin of simp? I know it means sucker idolizing mediocre pussy, but I don't know where it came from. No. No way. There's no way. There's no way it's squirrels in my pants. When I looked up on our Urban Dictionary, it said sucker idolizing mediocre P-word. Squirrels in my pants. Squirrels in my pants is like the, it's like some kind of upgraded level above, like there's a party in my pants, and you're invited, but mixed with, like, I have ADHD. Oh, a squirrel. Like, look at it, you know? Oh, it's a Phineas and Ferb song, I see. I never watched Phineas and Ferb. I am revealing that I am not a person of culture, unlike Jess. Thank you, Anjali. I look like a bard when I hold the cup. I have Renaissance Festival clothes. I could wear Renaissance Festival clothes sometimes if you guys want. I could, like, I realize that I do wear, like, bras and shit while I'm streaming. It's usually down below here, but, like, if I were to wear my corset, like, the titty would be very visible, like, from here. Do you want me to blow your mind and wear my bodice? It's not a corset, it's a bodice. One of these days. Cleavage. Internet Ren fair, true. Oh yeah, that's fair, Technetium. I also absorb a lot of references via pop cultural osmosis. Clive, it's good to have you here. So good to have you here. Mitch asks, do I game consoles or PC? I possess an OLED Switch. I don't really play it super often. I only have Animal Crossing on it. I need to get some more games for it, but primarily I game on the PC when I game. I'm very busy lately, but I played a little bit of Timberborn earlier today. I've been having a hankering to play, like, Harvest Moon or something along those lines. Oh my god, I'm such a fucking loser. I've still, like, even, like, since I was let go from my job, I still, like, have been maintaining a sleep schedule where I wake up at, like, 8 or before 8. And then I go to bed sometime between, like, 10 and 1. So it's about to be 10 here, and I'm like... Yeah, blown away by the hourglass figure. Honestly, like, I have crazy hips. Like the bones, they're never gonna go away. If I had hip dysphoria, I'd be fucked. Because they're not going anywhere. Oh my gosh. An OG copy of Harvest Moon on the SNES. Apparently worth a lot of money, dang. Oh, kind of, like, speaking of things that are potentially worth money. Where's the chat? Move, chat. I need to be able to see everything. Okay, do you all see the new things that I made that are over here? Do you see them? What's going on over here? I have thought about basically, like, I think I would like to... Okay, here, hold on. Like, basically, my thought was... And this one's all fucked up now, but whatever. I made this one, and I didn't do, like, enough blue on the ends. And I'm like, well, poor trans guys. I feel like the blue always is the thing that gets, like, you know, if you put it on a button, then, like, the blue is the thing that gets cut off. That's the stripe that gets cut off, right? Hey, Angelic, no need to worry about interrupting us. I'll read your comment, or not, you know, don't worry about it. And then I decided on this one, I was like, oh, I want to make, like, the stripes more even, right? You can see this, the stripes are not very even. But then I kind of fucked up the end of this one. It ended up super pointy, and I didn't like that. But anyway, I was kind of thinking, like, if I were to, you know, if this one had turned out perfect and this one kind of sucked, what if I, like, auctioned one off, and then the majority of the proceeds from whoever buys it would go to, like, charity, you know? I don't know how you'd go about doing that, but, like, that seems like something that could be cool. Like, egg. It's like not a high value object. The value that we're imbuing it with is that we would be doing something for charity. They have stuffing in them. Yes. So it's just kind of an idea that I had. I don't know how you'd go about doing that. I guess you could do it on eBay or something. Like, I mean, you'd have to just host it on a website that already does that, right? We can't do like an auction in the chat, can we? Can we do an auction on stream? I don't know. I think they're cute too. And it's like, it's Ostara soon. It's going to be the equinox in a couple weeks. So I'm decorating my area, you know. I've got a daffodil because that's a spring flower. And then the eggs are also a spring thing, you know. This one sucked. Oh my god, I just don't know how I fucked this one up so bad. I don't like this one at all. And it was the second one I made, and it sucks so bad. I could do a stream auction. You just, like, there would just not be an opportunity to miss it. You know, you'd have to be there. You'd probably make more not on stream, yeah, because you'd have people that have more time to bump it up. Probably it would be like a few days kind of thing. Oh, your birthday is is it the 21st? I guess you don't have to say on stream, but like some people think like consider the equinox to be the 21st, and some people consider it to be the 22nd. Oh, I've never heard anybody consider the 20th to be the equinox, but I mean, I don't actually know what the astrological what the actual day is that's the same length in the daytime as the evening time. It depends on the year. Yes, I think it would depend on the year. Is there a point of saying you've transitioned, or will transition always be in flux? I long for androgyny, which I feel bad about, but like binary folks seem to have goals. But as a non-binary person, I feel lost on it, and I'm quite frustrated about it sometimes, especially since starting HRT microdosing tea. Not sure there's really an answer besides you to you, but that's the question I've been wanting to ask you. Are you asking me personally if there's a point in me saying, like, I have transitioned, or, like, I have finished transitioning? Because, I mean, I guess I would kind of say that, like, in a social way, the transition is kind of always occurring. Yeah. I am entrenched in a community of people who constantly think and talk about the philosophy of gender. So my personal transition journey includes a lot of that internal work. So I feel that it's kind of always ongoing. And I still have surgery goals that I want to get to at some point. So obviously, like, I still have transition goals that have not been met yet. And I am apparently the kind of person who may be on and off hormones for the rest of my life like a fucking weirdo. So for me, transition is just kind of ongoing, ever-changing. Like, I did not expect after 10 years to have a new name come up and be like, hey, this is what I want to be called by. And, like, it was very different this time than it was last time when I, like, looked through a bunch of, like, lists of names and what they mean. So it's just ongoing. Like, I don't think that for me personally, there's any such thing as it being an ending. I understand what you're saying about like having goals or like not necessarily knowing what your goals are, right? And I appreciate that you're just like doing a small dose of tea because like things will start to happen and you'll know pretty quickly like this yes, this no. And unfortunately, in some ways, that's something you have to feel out. Like, I also didn't expect to have such a big reaction to fat redistribution. Like, I got really upset and quit tea. A lot of other things were happening in my life at the same time. But, like, I did not like how I looked. And part of it is, like, my bones on my hips are huge, and then, like, all the fat was gone, and I looked, like, skeletal. Like, it was not good. I did not like it. And I was not expecting that. So shit's just gonna happen. I thought that I wanted facial hair. I started using minoxidil. I had a video or two about using minoxidil. Why do we have chuds? Jess, can you help me? Okay, is that it? Okay. Okay, I got it. Yes, we have chuds in the YouTube chat. Yeah, it was all of a sudden, like, multiple different ones. I know. I want you all to join the website chat so that I gradually don't have to pay any attention to the YouTube chat. At this time, it needs to be, like, somewhat even because I would miss a lot of conversation if I was not paying attention to the YouTube chat. Come over to the site chat. Top link in the description. I really would like to, I would like to only pay attention to YouTube chat when someone brings my attention over to it, you know? No, it's okay, Jess. You're fine. I just, I figured you were reading our chat or whatever that was going on at the time. But yeah, hormones are tricky. I personally feel that it's a constantly ongoing process. And yeah, like Technetium was saying, at a certain point it takes up less of your thoughts. I mean, I would like for it to. It's really annoying that it doesn't. Oh my god. Hold on. I know how to do this. Yeah. That's the funny thing, too. They think they can always tell. Did I not just ban this user? Maybe I don't know how it works. They have multiple accounts? Oh, okay. They just keep... Well, I don't know if they can make one that's just called the same thing. Oh my god, my patience with this backend shit is gonna end very quickly. The fucking ban... Yeah, this is like, someone had a ban that they... It's not multiple accounts. It's not multiple accounts, it's the one account. And the ban is just not working. Oh, here. Can I do this? Does that work? I invited the chuds, oops. I really have to get in touch with White Nervosa because I guess I don't know how this is supposed to work. And I really don't want to have to quit stream right now because of this, but I'm getting really pissed off really fast when technology doesn't work the way it's supposed to. There was no, like, nobody explained, like, what to do. There's a fucking... Oh my god. Hold on, listen. We're just gonna... For the time being... Okay. I realize that's not making it better in the chat, but it's at least making the screen better. Hold on. Okay, TechNetEM. I appreciate. The problem is TechNetEM that I banned them in the back end. Like, I don't think that it would have done the same thing. Like, it would have applied the same thing in the back as me type. Like, I'll try to type it. Like, how does that work? Can you type 1 year? Okay, so... It's weird. It doesn't work in the back end, but it works out here. That's so annoying. I gotta talk to White Nervosa about that. Hyphen, I feel like you gotta be being sarcastic there. I don't know if you were being sarcastic or not. Did you try the /ban command and it didn't work? Okay, so maybe I gotta change some things on the... Hold on. Let me turn chat back on. Okay, now it's back. Oh my god. Imagine having no free time. Okay, so now this is where I get to learn how to do the IP ban, right? How do you do the IP ban? Is it just /IP ban? Like, I don't know how to do that one. Imagine having such a tiny penis that you have to go bother people who are just chilling streaming. Yeah, I really need someone to like tell me a lot of these commands for the website shit because I just don't know how to set any of them up even. Or how to do an IP address ban. I mean, I guess so. Well, old woman Josiah, it was pretty cool up until like a few minutes ago when this shit started happening and I'm getting like annoyed because fixing it is not immediate and I don't have moderation help. Yeah, it's been pretty chill so far though. It's too bad that they're not even like fun, you know? Because we could be potentially like having fun chud conversations, but no, not when they're just being annoying and spam and calling me racist. Like, what the fuck? Okay, whatever. Just, oh my gosh. My new favorite YouTube channel since Unis Honest ended. Oh my gosh, what an amazing question. Interesting that it let that one pass through. We're turning that off for a minute here. Just one quick second. Yeah, oh no. Yeah, let me try to see if I can, update Jess's stuff to make it to where she can help me with this. Because it's just like, it would just be like a little bit quicker if there were two people able to do it. Okay, where is it? It's here. It's here. It's here. Here? Yeah, this is what I mean, Jess. Like, how is this? Yeah. Yeah, this is the same accounts. These are the same accounts that keep getting back in. Like, seriously, that's the same account. Can you, Chud, tell me how you're doing this? Can you tell me how you are getting around the bans with the same account? Like, so that my site admin can fix it? Because I don't understand. And, like, more so than you are annoying, my site not working the way I expect it to is kind of annoying. Jess, I made you an admin. I don't know if you can help. Oh my gosh. Unfortunately, because White Nervosa is not awake right now, and I don't think any other admins are awake at this moment, they may have succeeded in at least shutting down for tonight the stream. Like, it's not possible for me to keep up with this. Oh yeah, is there a sub-only option? Is there? Because that could have saved me a lot of time. Settings. Jesus Christ. This isn't Twitch, you guys. Like, you know, there's not a sub-only chat. Oh my god. It seems to work for a second at least. To at least slow it down. Wow, they just keep coming right back. Interesting. Yeah, this might be a White Nervosa problem. Because the site is just not working the way it should. Well, unfortunately, we were just trying to chill and hang out, and I guess that's just insufferable for some people. Just an unacceptable way to spend your night, to hang out and chill with your community, apparently. Well, sure, for you on the YouTube chat hyphen, that's fine, but like, my site chat is still fucked up, and then here they are in the YouTube chat anyway, you know? Wait, what? Oh shit, I'm sorry, I hit the button at the same time as you. It's still unfortunate that it's clogging up my site chat. Obviously, like, I don't have to pay attention to the site chat, but it's unfortunate that it's clogging up my site chat, where normally I would like to be able to pay attention there. But, I mean, it's true, YouTube is easier to mod. We can temporarily go back to YouTube for chat. Everybody who's watching here has a YouTube account, presumably. Yeah, Jess, after giving you admin, did it let you do a /ban on the site chat at all? Excuse me. There's a sub-only command in the site chat. It would be cool if literally anybody had briefed me on how any of this shit works, but there's no, Did that work? No, it didn't. Oh, did I turn it off? Oh, okay, I have to do it like that. I see. I turned it on. Okay, well that makes things a little bit better. As unfortunate as it is. Okay, well we can turn site chat back on. Yeah, sorry Mayo people. Unfortunate. I'm gonna have to ask White Nervosa to, like, give me some of the basic info of, like, commands in the chat. Because, oh my god, it's very stressful. Yeah, now you need micro transactions in order to chat. Yes, as the mod, you will be Mayo rep. Yes. My apologies for the interruption. Goodness. And I'm sorry for that lasting so long. Like, again, not having a template for what to do on the white leaf sites is definitely fucks my shit up a little bit. Can we palette cleanse somehow? Let's palette cleanse somehow. Is there, like, some wholesome... Thank you, Mersh. Yeah, you can go back to the site if you have a subscription on the site. If you have $5, you can type on the chat. Yes, she needs to have or, like, you know how bots on Discord will have, like, commands lists? Jess, I'm just going to leave the moderation up to you in the YouTube chat so that I don't end up, like, accidentally undoing something that you did. I want to show you all this hilarious video that I love that I forgot about until very recently. There may or may not be a little bit of a headphone warning. I will try my best not to blow your eardrums out, okay? That's important to me. Oh, shit, hold on. Streamlabs. We got a gifted tier 1 subscription from Chronic Scene. Thank you. Appreciate that. Helping people talk in the chat, even though it's limited right now. Okay. Okay, we're gonna switch over here real quick. This is a very short video, okay? Please pay attention. I really need you to pay attention, because if you don't pay attention, you're going to miss this. It's a very short video. It's like 10 seconds. It's a very short video, okay? It's just a peaceful, in the woods, very brief, okay? And I tried to moderate the audio to where you'll be able to listen to it and it won't hurt you, okay? Are you ready? I will put on my headphones also. Here, I got my earbud. Oh, I'm wearing one earbud. I gotta put the other earbud in, okay? Focus. Oh no, I have no audio? Oh, it's because it's muted. Okay, well, let's try it again. That video, the first time I saw it, made me laugh so fucking hard. I laughed so very, very hard the first time I saw that video. The dubstep bears. Oh my gosh. I love how I'm wearing like an earbud with like a line, and it's just hiding in my hair. It's just disappeared in my hair. Yeah, they should be built in, but they're not. But yes, like a commands menu is exactly what I'm talking about. Am I good at playing guitar? Not really? I mean, I'm good at certain songs that I've chosen to get practiced at playing, but as far as like being able to play an instrument, like there's a difference between being able to pick up an instrument and use it in order to execute certain things you've learned. That's not the same as like I can pick up this instrument and like figure something out or just play a thing, and like, oh, I know how to move one key up to a different place on the neck or whatever. Like I don't know how to do any of that shit. So generally I'm like, oh, I have like a few things that I can do, but I need to practice more. What's up, Juno? Welcome. The Chuds did not succeed in stopping us tonight. It's true. What kind of music do I enjoy listening to? I listen to like a bunch of different kinds of music. It's like what's good in a genre is what I will listen to. And what's good in the genre is extremely subjective. And I refuse to be bound by any particular constraints about what types of music I like and don't like. I'm kind of joking. They did. They managed to, because they were chatting so much, they increased the viewership a little bit, I think. Oh, pizza rolls in the air fryer. Oh my god, that's the way to do it. We got an air fryer a few months ago, and it's so good. It's amazing. For the most part, I had just initially been cooking, like, those type of things in there, you know? Like, frozen stuff in there, heated up, whatever. But then, like, I mean, you can also just put fucking raw chicken thighs in there for, like, 20 minutes, and they'll be good. Oh, no, I still love Lil Nas X. I listen to the full album Montero on a regular basis. I enjoy so much different music. Air fry is best, but I also like saute with garlic. You saute your pizza rolls with garlic? I have Industry Baby on my Spotify playlist. Yeah. I don't know what grindcore is. I don't know what most of these subgenres are. But I do want to play... I mean, I want to play my guitar more anyway. I like having stream goals, you know, like, and me playing my guitar was something that you all asked about. So I think that you all will probably persistently ask that type of thing. I can't do those very often because I need to actually improve in between. Like, I have to be better the next time I play guitar for you on stream, especially if it is a stream goal. I have to actually be better at it. Favorite Weezer album? Any answer is a hot take. I don't really know musicians like by album for the most part. I know My Chemical Romance by album, but only the first 3. I like the song Pork and Beans from Weezer. I know that the rest of the songs on that album are not considered bops. Jack, that doesn't help at all. It doesn't help contextualize at all what you were saying. I wonder if we are in the clear. Let's see what happens when we do this. Can the Mayo names get back in here? Did the Chuds go away? We took away their ability to fuck around and they immediately ran away? Twing Blossom. Yeah, I do love the song Pork and Beans. It's good. I just love the idea that they rolled in with a finished album and the execs were like, oh, this doesn't have a bop on it. It doesn't have one that we can put on the radio. And then he just like wrote a stupid song in the studio and then recorded it, and it just is a banger. They have decided that they are done finding out. It's true. It just stopped being fun fucking with me, you know? I haven't had very many of those in my life. But I don't stream very often, so it's clearly bound to happen eventually. But it's just obnoxious when the site doesn't work the way that it's meant to. Like, it shouldn't matter if it's a VPN. Like, it shouldn't... He was like, I have a VPN. Like, it shouldn't matter if you have a VPN if it's the same username and, like, the same OAuth, like you were saying. Oh yeah, Technetium. I think that that's true of, like, a lot of bands that have been around for a while, is there's, like... I mean, I guess it sort of depends also on what type of person is a fan of that content. Like, I was about to say, like, my thought that I had was like, oh, I wonder if They Might Be Giants fans, like, argue about which one is the wrong album to like. But I feel like the kind of people who are fans of They Might Be Giants maybe don't have those kind of contentions. I'm not sure. I only know, like, one fan of They Might Be Giants, so I'm just basing that typography off of one person. John Get Bent in YouTube chat says, are not considered bops is so diplomatic. You will often find that I phrase things in a manner that is quite diplomatic. I try to remove some of the judgments from some of the things that I say. They Might Be Giants fans do not argue, for Particle Man is the greatest song ever written. Yeah, my friend recently turned me on to... I had heard some They Might Be Giants songs. Like, my dad was into it when I was younger and stuff. Like, you know, I've listened to several of their shits before. But, what was the song? It was a breakup song, or kind of a breakup song. It was like, I don't want to change your mind. I don't want to think about your mind. They say love is blind. I don't know the name of the song, but that's like the most recent They Might Be Giants song I've listened to. Technetium, they put out a different, they put out a new song when they find out the sun is not a massive incandescent gas, a gigantic nuclear furnace where hydrogen is built into helium at a temperature of millions of degrees. Yeah, I do enjoy singing. I don't think I'm bad at it. That's another reason why I gotta practice my guitar more, because I can't sing and play guitar at the same time. I gotta get better at guitar. It's a miasma of incandescent plasma, yes. I don't know that I've actually ever heard the updated version, I just know that it exists. Thank you all. I really do enjoy singing, and I like the way that my voice has turned out after tea. I like, that's one of the reasons why I really loved Bo Burnham's Inside, is that because we are both older now than when he made other stuff, you know, like his older stuff. Like, both of our voices have developed and changed, but we both have deep voices, but we speak more forward in our mouths. So it was really interesting noticing that we were, our voices are very similar. I should sing myself a theme song, maybe. I thought about getting Gayfesh to see if he would be willing to write me some music. Oh, it's the same but in a minor key. That's pretty cool. Yeah, Jess, I had to do some of it myself, but I had a lot of help from the testosterone. I did play guitar a few streams ago. I'm not sure when it was. I didn't post that on the main channel. It is in a video on the VOD channel. There is a link in the description. My voice feels correct since starting T. Yeah. I feel like I want to get, you know, one of those, like, things where you can press a button and it plays a pre-recorded music or whatever, a soundbite. I have, like, this one soundbite from pre-T where I'm like, hold on. I'm like, it's so adorable! It's so cute! Maybe it's less impressive because I can just do that with my voice now, because I'm pretty sure that was at the same place where the sound was that I made pre-T. Maybe it's less different now. My voice finally evened out. Thank you, John. I appreciate that. The site is hard on mobile. Yeah, no worries, Gene. I get it. Yeah, you know what I'm referring to, Jess. I do have quite a range. It's kind of insane, really. That's part of the reason why I guess I don't know how it differs when trans women and trans femmes are transitioning, because clearly, like my voice is down here. Like, if I were to take it, if I'm like talking past you guys, but like all of the resonance and shit is happening, and you can hear it, like it's, if I can do that, but still sing like falsetto, I don't understand why, like, what the difference is between my voice and trans women's voices that's so hard for them to sing falsetto, And, like, also, I mean, I have known cis men also who can sing. Oh, yeah, I guess, like, falsetto isn't the problem. It's, like, navigating the break probably is the thing that's most difficult. I actually have been doing a lot of random voices too. Jack mentions like cartoon voice out of nowhere. Like I also realized recently, like I also just do a lot of silly voices during stream. Oh, well, but I'm talking about when you're singing. You don't need to sing in head voice. I understand that when you're speaking, getting a head voice that isn't falsetto is quite difficult. Yeah, no worries about that. My question is, why is it so difficult for you all to sing in a female range? I've always had a low voice, especially for singing, and it's even lower. I can sing male parts of my favorite musicals better, and it's so nice. I discovered something really interesting about music, which is that some singing is much preferred in the head voice, non-falsetto. That's fair. Like, I felt before that I couldn't really hit most of the notes when I was trying to sing along with men. Like, my voice was too high. And then now that my voice has changed, like, my voice is far too deep to sing most pop music sung by men. Like, a lot of music sung by men is too high for me to sing on octave, which is part of why I've grown to enjoy country music to an extent, because, there's something to be said for being able to sing at, like, I like being able to sing on octave, on the correct octave for my voice and everything. Yeah, pop music sung by men. It's not that... Okay, so no, Technadium, the problem is not that I'm in between singing ranges. The problem is that... pop music... Yes, that's it. It's that pop music is designed in this way where the men sing in almost feminine ranges. Like, country is the only range. I'm like a, I guess I would be like a baritone. I'm not really a tenor, but I'm not a bass. I'm probably like a baritone. I don't want to do death metal vocals. I like my voice. You know that you can permanently damage your voice? Do you know this? But yeah. But I, like, singing is where I do the majority of my voice training. I need to just get more grape juice real quick. I'll be very back. I'll be back very shortly. Not very long. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm back. Didn't take very long. Oh, gosh. Yeah, it's very difficult to do any kind of, metal vocals without hurting yourself. I'm sure that I learned how to do that growl thing when I was a teenager and still had a really high voice, and I'm not even sure that one, like, 2-hour period of time doing that didn't, like, fuck some shit up that it shouldn't have. I'm like, fortunate that I have very good vocal control and very good vocal range. And, you know, I'm sure it's going to come up periodically. Like, I understand that, like, my voice is deep, but then it's the way that I talk that makes me sound the way that I do. So I could practice pulling my voice back further in my mouth, and I've never really figured out how not to speak nasally. That's something that I would have to, like, have guidance about. But as far as actually, like, where I hold my voice in my mouth and everything, like, I could speak this way and get this to be just the way that I talk all the time. I just don't, because I don't want to voice train. I could sound like a dude. I don't want to, because I'm not a dude. So I don't talk that way. Yes. And similarly, I'm sure that I could pull it further and further back, and without really changing the depth of my, like, I'm not changing octaves, but I've pulled my voice all the way back into the back of my throat, and so it's just going to sound like this weirdness, you know? Patrick in the YouTube chat, I am live on YouTube, but the chat is in the first link in the description if you are interested in joining that chat. However, I am looking at YouTube chat, so up to you. Yes, you just sound gay, yes. I don't really try to sound like a girl very often, so it's not something that I'm very in practice doing. But yeah, if you pull it all the way back to the back of your mouth and, like, decrease the amount of space in your mouth, I don't know, like, I don't know. The part where I bring my voice back up out of this range, this is, like, that's the hard part for me. Yeah, the site says under construction on the main page. I'm not sure. I gotta get in touch with my site admin, but if you hit the live, yeah, you'll be able to get there. Does the top link not take you to the live stream page? It should. But, yeah, still got a lot of shit going on. Getting into daily habits is hard, Chronic Scene, you know? It's like, it really is a daily practice kind of thing, you know? Low-key sad no cats have visited. Oh, Alexis, are you gone already? I can find one for you. Alexis, are you still here? I'll get you a cat. Do you have, like, 2 minutes for me to get out, like, to get a cat and bring you it? Okay, easy peasy. Okay. Okay. I have brought you Lucy. I have brought Lucy. He was laying down when I went and got him. So he's kind of... Look at him. He's sleepy. He's like, why have you done this? He's so sweet. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. He's not even that big. He weighs like 11 pounds. He's not that big. My other cat is like 15 or 16 pounds. Oh, yes. Oh, now we're finally starting to get into the affection a little bit. Okay. 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 Oh, there he is. Oh, yes. Oh, there we go. There we go. I am kind of small, I guess. I don't know. He's so sweet. He's my baby. They maybe do just look big on camera. Here, hold on. Like, this is how big him is. This is how big him... You know? He's so good. Oh my gosh. Yeah. He's a good baby. Oh, thank you, Alexis. Okay. I'll put him down so that you can go to bed now. Thank you for hanging out. Happy to provide cat, and I hope you sleep well. Get good rest. Oh my gosh. Okay. I had to be even carefuler than usual putting him down because this shirt is irreplaceable. I'm not sure really anything about the lens on this camera, honestly. It was a hand-me-down. Ugh. 'Twas a hand-me-down. Oh, yeah, it's really funny, Patrick. You just joined while we were talking about voice weirdness. My voice is the way that it is because my voice is deep, but I talk like my voice is high, so it creates this strange effect. I don't know if you caught it, Patrick, but as you joined, I was doing some different things with my voice and like moving where I speak around to create a different sound, you know. So I feel sad that that you feel like it's new in Latin America, because the reason that it seems like it's new in Latin America is because the Catholics fucked your shit up. Unfortunately, your indigenous practices did include non-binary people. Yes. Yeah, the cat facial expressions are incredible. He's so sweet. I love Lucy so fucking much. Like, yeah, you're welcome to check out the vids. I've been making content for a long time. Long story short, non-binary people are very similar to binary trans people in that, let's say I have a friend who was born and the doctor said, "Oh, you're a boy." And then they grew up and they realized that they actually are a woman. Then they transition, maybe they're very uncomfortable being called he and being called boy. But they are comfortable being called she and lady and miss. I just don't like being called either one. So, TLDR, I really don't like being called the one that I was given when I was born. My objective is not to be the opposite thing or whatever. So, really, it's not super complicated. Thank you, Jess, for linking things. Zephyr is how it's pronounced. It's a word, by the way, in the English language. You pronounce it Zephyr. It's a word that means like a gentle breeze, or basically something along those lines. It's pronounced GIF, not GIF. Whoosh. Yes. Oh, I hadn't moved the KEKV over. No, I did move these over. God fucking damn it, the shit in the back end not saving is driving me up a wall. It says a soft, gentle breeze. I didn't delete them because I don't want them deleted. I just want them on the undetectable menu. Like, I just want them on the menu where you can't see them, but you can still type them in. Because there's a bunch of them on the secret menu. You thought Zephyr was a sword? It could be the name of a sword. A wind sword. I think it's interesting because Zephyr sounds like a much more intense word. Like, Zephyr sounds like it should mean, like, a gale or, you know, like a more intense wind. But it's like a gentle breeze. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool chronic scene. That's some Zelda shit right there, Wind Sword. I was actually making an Avatar The Last Airbender reference. We need to make a song about... for... Google tells me so. I was trying to, how do I get that? For the search engine tells me so. We need Google's version of this song. Zephyr Sword is a thing in Destiny 2. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I first heard the word Zephyr when I was like 12 or something like that. And it came back to my attention last year, and I was like, oh, well, that's what my dragon persona's name is, obviously. And then it just continued to creep up on me. Very much unlike my original name choosing. Excuse me. I tried to breathe the juice, and then I tried not to spit it out everywhere because it would have got all over my carpet. I'm okay. It was rough for a second there, but I had to really, like, it was me trying to control my reflex to, like, spit everywhere. Oh my gosh. I'm fine. Okay. Everything's fine. Can you all tell me, I have a quick question. Actually, I want to switch something up on the screen and have you tell me, if it looks normal. Okay, hold on real quick. Now I sound like I'm about to cry. I'm not. I'm not. Okay, hold on. Okay, is this white like it should be, you know? I'm asking, is it yellow looking? Or is it white like it should be? Okay, and then I'll switch back. Okay. That's all I wanted to know. It's white. Okay, cool. Yes. Yes, f.lux. I was making sure that it doesn't affect the stream. I have an app installed on my computer that... Can you do dark mode just on Google? Because I have dark mode. So here's the thing. Actually, does dark mode work on the new tab? Anyway, so I do have dark mode set on most websites. Today, has anybody else had this issue today on their desktop where YouTube won't remember? Like, YouTube won't remember that I keep setting it back to dark mode. It keeps switching to device default, and I guess my device default is white, but I put dark mode on every function that I use. But I wasn't sure if there was one just on Chrome in general. I was looking for this earlier and I found themes, but it was like you have to download them, and then it didn't seem to affect the actual Google page itself, but I might have to fuck around with it a little bit more. But anyway, let's pull Streamlabs back up. Okay, that's just been an issue I've been having today. Is like every time I open a new YouTube tab, it doesn't want to remember it. Okay. Yes, Patrick, we're just doing chat questions. I didn't have an idea. Not really. I mean, I'll tell you if you're being annoying. But yeah, I mean, if you want to ask specific gender-related questions or anything, it's 11 and I've been going for almost 3 hours, so I mean, it's Saturday, so I could probably go. I could potentially go until like midnight, but you know, just time permitting. To be clear, you know. Maybe you just think you're being annoying, Jack. I mean, Jack, are you the one that posts hashtag Luxander? Because that shit's fucking hilarious to me. Oh, Patrick, the fact that you have to ask means that I have attained all of my goals in this life. That's one of the great things about where I'm at with my being non-binary is people can't tell where I came from, they can't tell where I'm going, they have no idea. So, my existence as an enigma in your mind is purposeful. Oh, is there a new H-Bomber vid? Oh, God, I saw that he posted on Twitter about it. What is it about? What is it about? Oh, my gosh. It's going to be such a... it's about something that I don't even know anything about. Oh, my God. And it's 3.5 hours long, and it's, like, listen, I have watched, I think, all of his videos, including the ones that are, about shit that I don't know anything about. Like, I watched his Ruby video, even though I don't know anything about that. But, like, it's really difficult, okay? It's about a bad video game. Well, that sounds about right. It's on brand for him. I love Harry. Harry's the kind of guy who would be, he seems like he'd be a really nice person to be friends with. He's also way outside my normal... Like, maybe it's just because he doesn't post very often, but I think of him as being outside the scope of people I could get in touch with. But, I mean, I also kind of feel that way about, like, Jack Saint and, like, Big Joel. Like, I don't know, these are, like, creators that I consider, like, bigger than my access. And, like, it's not like Natalie is within my access, but she has talked to me before, you know? Yeah, there's someone named Dream in here. It's okay, it happens. I don't know what trans lover guys is, Dream. Thank you, Fentuzler. I appreciate you. I hope you have a good night. I opened up Pokemon Go today for the first time in several years. Like, I didn't even have it on this phone. Oh, is it Chasers? I wonder if Patrick didn't have any other questions besides wanting to know what was in my pants. Yeah, there's so much Elden Ring stuff everywhere right now. Okay. Sorry, Patrick. I'm not trying to dog you. I'm so used to people on the internet being fucking weird that I like, you asked about my birth situation, and sometimes people are being fucking weird when they ask that. No, it's cool. You're good. It's just not, it's not consequential. Yeah, I really am so intrigued by that phenomenon of the brain trying to pattern match. I would say instead of your trying to switch, like, answer the question for your brain, like, adopt a willing posture Like adopt a posture that's open and sit with your confusion and welcome it, because the world is like that. I did have a really interesting realization recently, though. Just speaking of like my own personal thoughts with how, like, oh, it's so annoying when people want to know if you are an AMAB NB or an AFAB NB. Like, stop trying to do the two genders of NBs, like the two genders of non-binary people. But, like, I was thinking about what is useful. Some people consider it offensive, Patrick. I am not offended by it. It's not a question that I want to answer directly. You'll probably figure it out just by virtue of hanging out, because I'm not trying to hide it. But when I'm directly asked, I'm like, I don't want to answer, you know? Like, I don't know how to describe. I have not played Pokemon Arceus, no. Oh gosh, I was in the middle of saying something and now I don't know what it was. The ADHD strikes again. Ooh. What is your favorite food? I have nothing constructive, but I love your content. I really love cinnamon rolls. Like, so much I love cinnamon rolls. Oh my gosh. I pulled out Pokemon Go for the first time in a long time today, yes. What do you do for the living? Right now it's this, Patrick. I've had a lot of different jobs over the course of my 10 years of working. And I recently have just embraced that I really, really, really struggle when I'm trying to work for someone else. So right now, what I'm doing is I'm about to turn 28. I'm turning 28 this month, actually. It's my birthday month. I know, I have stolen my father's eternal youth. Yeah, I mean, I am 27. I will be 28 later this month. But yes, so currently I've just realized, like, oh, I'm going to destroy my body if I continue trying to do the kinds of work that I had been trying to do before. So right now I'm self-employed doing this. So on that note, your help is always useful. Liking the stream, very kind thing to do. Sharing the content with other people you think will like it. I don't live with my parents. I live with my partner. I've been married for 10 years. I saw a post on FTM about it that cis people implicitly know others' genitals. Oh, shit, yeah. I was talking about... I didn't code the page, no. I know the admin. It's interesting because when I am interested in identifying, my brain tries to autofill, like, oh, this is a really hot NB person. I can see that they don't have top surgery scars, but that their chest is flat, so they're probably an NB who was assigned male at birth. And I want to know that, not like I want to know that consciously, but subconsciously, that autofills a lot of information about that person. It tells me they probably were... like, they probably grew up as a boy. They probably were feminine as a boy. Like, they probably were made fun of. Or, like, you know, like, you can autofill a lot of background information. And, like, I realized that it's very similar with cis men and cis women. Like, if I meet a cis woman, I know, like, oh, you've probably been sexually harassed, if not sexually assaulted. You have probably been given an undue amount of responsibility. Like, you are probably more, like, responsible and put together because you've been saddled with that responsibility for years. Like, there's a lot of, like, underlying info about a person that I think you can fill in that way. And I think that's part of, like, why I just notice that I am also seeking that information. Not deliberately, not consciously. I notice subconsciously that, like, the pattern matching in my brain is trying to fill that in, you know? Oh my gosh. A special stream for my birthday celebration. Actually, yeah. Unless my partner plans something. Jesus, that's really fucking annoying. I hate the pop screen. I need to get a new microphone. I'm really getting annoyed about it. My partner and I might make plans for my birthday. I would really, really like that, actually. But I also want to do a stream probably on my birthday, which is, like the last weekend of the month. So, and yes, Technetium, I was in trade school. I went to trade school full-time for 2 semesters to learn how to be an electrician. And then I worked for a solar company for about 5 months, and I was laid off because it was winter. And then I got a job as a regular electrician, and it fucked my PTSD up a lot. And like my health and my performance just really dramatically went downhill after the first like 3 months or so. And it was really hard, and I cannot do that kind of work. Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. Yes, I am married to my partner. We've been married for almost 10 years. It'll be 10 years later this year. Yeah, I don't mind the nicknames. I have a number of different names that I use in different contexts. A little blip, not cool. Yeah, I'll always have the training. You know, my partner and his sister and his brother a little bit also have like talked together about potentially like at some point having a like flipping houses, you know? So like buying a house and then fixing some things up about it and then putting it back on the market. And I could, you know, the kind of stuff that as an electrician, like when this happens all the time. I've done this kind of work before where somebody buys a house, they fix it up, they sell it. When you are fixing the electrics, you have, you know, when you buy a house and then you're trying to sell it, you just like replace the fixtures. And like if you really want to, you can replace all the outlets and put new ones in there. And like I guess you could also like add lights and do upgrades if you really wanted, but bare bones, like you can just and like I have all the skills to do that, and I know enough information to do it safely and legally. And if you're a homeowner, you're allowed to legally work on your own home. So like in this sense, yeah, like the skill will always be there. I could technically do a lot of other different stuff that is related to the field. It's going to take me a minute to get over how upset I am about it. Like PTSD makes you want to avoid the thing that instigates it. And so like this job like worsened my PTSD symptoms, which now I have like very strong avoidance. So I would have to, I'm working through that. I met my new therapist, and I'm going to be seeing her again later this month. Yeah, Patrick, really, I think that you will benefit from just mining my channel for all of the content. Maybe I could remake this one, though. Non-binary people, well, are they allowed to have children? It depends on where you live, right? But can you have children physically? Yes. Pretty much unless you have surgery to have your parts removed. Most of the time, like even if you're on hormones for a while, you can stop taking hormones and then your body will kick back up again and start working. For some people, that's not the case, but like basically transition only guarantees your infertility if you have the parts that make the babies physically removed from your body. If NB have children, the gender police come and execute you. Technetium, that's Texas. I mean, whoever is in possession of a uterus, basically. I mean, it works the same way. It's just whether you're in possession of a uterus or a sperm. Yeah, Mersh. I mean, it was not a terrible work environment in the sense that, my coworkers were nice people. They were always nice people. They were fairly supportive. Not supportive in the progressive way. I mean, they were supportive in the sense that I was out as gay, and they were supportive about that. I was not out as trans. But It was just it was physically overwhelming and scary. Like, I don't do well with heights or being in an attic for 3 hours. Like, it's not physically tenable. Philoceratops. Wow, I can't talk. I mean, Patrick, it's not really about, like, saying, like, in a relationship, you wouldn't say, like, oh, you're the female. I mean, it's just literally, like, do we happen to be, like, are we able to do that physically as a couple ourselves? Like, or what, you know? Like, I mean, and there are some situations where, like, even if if one person does have a uterus, maybe they really don't want to give birth. Like, maybe the idea of being pregnant makes them want to throw themselves out of a window, and so maybe they want a surrogate, you know? So that's also another option, you know? You can, and even if you have, like, surgery to have the parts removed, like, you can still save your sperm. Like, for example, like, you can freeze your sperm, you can have your eggs extracted and freeze them so that you can use them later. Oh, Patrick, I'm so glad you asked. There are rules about the background, which is that this top shelf, I'll tell you what's on this shelf and I'll talk about it. But everything else in the background, like, for the most part, is you all can talk about it and theorize. And you can say, oh, like, it looks like this is this, it looks like this is this, but those are Easter eggs for you. That's for you to have fun, okay? I can't explain it because that would ruin all the fun of you getting to hunt through and look at it and talk about it amongst yourselves, you know? Oh, excuse me. Man, fuck heights. True. And, like, part of the issue was, like, I also don't know strictly what is safe. So, like, if I'm told, hey, like, go up this extension ladder and do this thing, and then the supervisor, like, walks off, and, like, I'm really freaked out about the situation, and I keep going up and trying to work and then having to come back down because I'm scared, like, and then finding out later that day when I got home and told my partner about it, that being on an extension ladder by yourself on a work site, on a job site, is like an OSHA violation. And I'm like, oh, so not only was I scared of being in danger, but I was legally in danger according to OSHA. And like that very rigorous safety shit is just not, like, rigorous safety culture is not something that I've personally actually experienced. I have worked at places that really really say we're big on safety. We're big on safety. Actually, that's not, like, the solar company that I worked at, contrary to what you just said, Technetium. Apparently, I'm just going to be a contrarian today. They were fine. They were quite safe. I mean, like, the times that we were being unsafe, in the sense that, like, oh, we technically should be harnessed in, it's like, well, I've been walking on roofs for months now. I can tell when I have my footing, you know? Like, I can tell when this is a roof that I'm going to be able to stand on. And so if I'm not harnessed in, it's because I feel confident. And I'm being safe, you know? But, like, the harnesses were there and available. And on some jobs, it was by default, like, you have to be harnessed in. We are going to be in a harness today, you know? Like, 35-degree pitch roof, fuck that shit. Oh, my God. 35 degrees doesn't sound like a lot until you're standing on it, and then you're like... But the solar job was, like... It was physically demanding, but didn't trigger my PTSD so much. And there were, like, more people to work with. It was, like, a lower pressure, like, social environment. I don't know, the younger people who I actually could connect with. Like, this most recent job was 35-degree roof is for sitting, not standing. Yeah. That was the very first roof that I got on as a solar installer, was a 37-degree pitch roof. And for the first like hour and a half that I was up there, they just let me like sit. I was wearing a harness. They just let me sit at the very peak of the roof and not work. Like, we're just going to let you get used to this. Yes, like solar, other than that, like growing field with a lot of demand, companies are formed and go out of business frequently. And in addition to that, there's like, there's so many different products. You know, the products are not standardized. So like every fucking installation that you do, unless you're using the one brand that your company has like contracted with, every job is different, and it's very annoying. I mean, it's true. Any trade job. Every job is different. Product's going to be different. You're going to come across someone else's stupid-ass work that you have to fix. And unfortunately, when you're an electrician, the stupid-ass work that you have to fix could kill you. So, you have to be really fucking careful with everything you do. Like, getting shocked with mains house voltage probably won't kill you if you don't have a heart condition pre-existing, but it hurts like a bitch. And if you catch it wrong, it can kill you, so. Oh my god, I used to work at a pet factory, hot, smelly, and on my feet for 12 hours. Yeah, pretty strict safety protocols with the heavy machinery, yeah. And, like, the size of company that you work at makes a difference as to what kind of safety culture you have. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, Patrick. Sorry if I was, weird at you at any point today. I don't think you were very weird, so I'm not upset or anything. You can feel free to come back and hang out, watch more videos, come back to the stream. I hope you sleep well. Yeah, you're welcome to stay and hang out in future, obviously. No problems at all. Oh my gosh, I work from the YouTube chat. I work in a Victorian building with tunnels underneath. I had a friend in high school who was an electrician afterwards who hated doing work there. Yeah. Are you fucking kidding? A Victorian build, like, oh my god. Yeah, Technetium. That doesn't surprise me terribly. Yeah. I feel like I was lucky in the, like, 5 months that I was a legit electrician and not a solar PV installer. I never had to work on knob and tube wiring. I did have one house that was wired, and didn't have ground. Like, didn't have ground throughout the house. I don't know if... None of the outlets in the original house had the 3 prongs. They only had the 2. They didn't have the 3rd prong, which is like basically a household safety measure, like a house-wide safety measure. If there is ever errant current, it'll be drained away on that 3rd wire. So that if the device is malfunctioning or something and there is current on it, like if you touch it and you would get shocked otherwise, errant current is fun to say, yes. Just wire the 3rd prong to the negative. No worries. No worries. You don't do that. Electricians always hated doing work at my house. I wonder why. Oh, I see. Your family's house was built in 1918 and was built wired for electricity, but they didn't run electricity to the part of the city it was in at that time. Oh my god, that sounds like a fucking nightmare. It's a little goblet. It's a little earthenware goblet. Negative is usually connected to ground at the breaker panel in the US, but don't do that. It's very specific. You really have to do it at a certain point in the stream. If you fuck it up, you'll really fuck shit up. And I can't remember how it works. And I'm okay with temporarily purging some of that information. Oh my god. Oh, first of all, it's cute that knob gets censored. Second of all, my parents' first house had, quote, recently been rewired when we bought it, but they only replaced the 3 inches nearest the boxes. Everything else was still knob and tube. Josiah, are you telling me that there were splices in the wall? Like what I'm imagining based on what you've just said, it does actually go into the ground. So like I'm imagining you have the box with the receptacle, the outlet in it, and then like and then the wire is usually like coming out of the back, right, into the wall. Did they splice it inside the wall? Like behind the box? Like above and behind the box? Cuz that's not allowed. It's very not allowed. But technetium, if I say like the house doesn't have a ground, like none of the outlets have that third one, that's the where that terminates. It's probably Chicago, but where that ends up terminating is in a literal ground rod in the ground, like a literal 6-foot chunk of steel. But yes, it's probably Chicago that makes you use conduit in all the walls. Because Chicago has had so many fires that they do not use the National Electrical Code. They do not use the National Electrical Code. The NEC standards is too low. Yeah, we're having a legit electrician shit now. Yeah. Mersh says, I always wore my earplugs, but damaged my hearing working 6 months for ConAgra. However, I did paramilitary firearms and flashbang grenade training that didn't help my hearing as well. Have tinnitus. Occupational injuries can definitely be permanent even following safety guidelines. Yes. Workplace injury can be permanent even following safety guidelines. Like, I'm sure that the majority of workplace injuries are, like, ones that are caused by stress over time that are a lot harder to, like, catch out the company about, you know? Like developing repetitive stress injuries. And you can get those by following the guidelines perfectly. I have tinnitus because I went to a concert in December. I didn't have it before that. Now I do. To be fair, I went to a concert in December. November or December, I can't remember where it was. I might have gotten better if I hadn't continued working as a fucking electrician where they use impact drills and hammer drills and stupid shit like that. So I just never have a break from, like, you would have to, like, wear hearing protection even when you're sitting in what feels like a quiet room, you know? I went to see I Fight Dragons. They're a band that I really like. I can't remember when exactly it was. It was November or December. When I saw I Fight Dragons, a band that I've been a fan of for like 10 years. So it was really fun. They put on a really good show. And I got stuff signed by them. I got to meet them after. It was a good time. I'm sorry, Jade. I gotta restrain myself. It's 11:30. I don't normally go for like 3.5 hours. Last real show I went to was Slayer's Farewell Tour in Orlando. That sounds pretty cool. Oh my god, I have so many Discord messages. Oh my gosh. Something hilarious just happened. Quite a surprise, you like the band with dragons in their name. Yeah, I don't really think about that very often. Oh my gosh, we have a super chat from Shannon Williams. Gender has been so forced on me that embracing my maskness feels like a betrayal of distinctly femme-coded trauma I share with women. And me liking men was seen as normal growing up because I was assigned female. Yeah. Oh my gosh, thank you for your $10 super chat. That's so kind. It finally showed up on the screen. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I didn't personally have like a very difficult experience with that, but it is like, I think it's part of most people who are assigned female and are transes process to like look at whether you have somehow like internalized misogyny, you know, if that is something that you're unintentionally playing into. And for me personally, that was a question that I got externally, but not really internally. You know, I was not really as worried about it internally. Yeah. Oh, so I've been banned as of tonight from Riley Grace Roshong's Discord. Riley Grace Roshong is a trans woman who is a law student and has had some extremely hot takes. Just explaining to Technetium. Technetium, I thought that I saw your name in other chats. I thought that you were a person who knows these things. Shannon Williams with a $2 super chat. Thank you so much. Right on. Indeed. I just noticed today that she was no longer following me on Twitter. And then I tweeted about it. And I was like, oh, I guess we're not friends yet. And then oh my god, so many fucking people have talked to me today. So what happened was today I noticed that she was here. We can look at it together. we're gonna do my own drama right now. Okay, are we ready? We're gonna do my own drama. We're officially not friends anymore. Here's the thing. So, just noticed Riley unfollowed me whilst Calvin's video about me is still up, so on a personal level, it seems we are definitely not cool anymore, lol. And I continued. I wonder if she couldn't bring herself to argue about having it taken down because she agrees that it's, quote, dangerous to try hormones as a treat. So basically, like, his video about me is not as abusive as his content about other people, so I was surmising here, I was speculating here. Maybe the reason why she hasn't talked to him about taking it down is because it's less vitriolic than the other ones, and she believes that he's correct about the things that he said, which is that it's harmful of me to say it's okay for you to try hormones if you're not 100% sure, which is... we'll get there. So, continuing from that... I still don't think a month or two of hormones will hurt you if you try it and then quit. Your voice might be permanently a little husky if the one you're trying is tea, but otherwise, the claim that it's harmful has not been evidenced. Lots of trans people feel unsure about hormones when we start, so it's not like I'm even advocating a super radical position. It's a scary thing to start, and most of us are unsure to some degree. It's just about where on that spectrum of certainty you arbitrarily draw the line. And for the record, I was on T for 2 years, off for 2 years, and on again for 2 years, and I'm back off again. You can actually do whatever the fuck you want, it turns out, gatekeeping aside. And then I ended up quote tweeting something from that. What else was it? Oh, yes, I said, I'm realizing that, quote, the claim that it's harmful has not been evidenced, which is phrasing I stole from Chariot, love you, is something I'm going to have to repeat constantly until I die. Bi lesbians, kink at pride, public foot fetishes. Where is the harm? So I think she deleted me about that. So that's just my guess. It's just my guess about why she might have. We have a new member. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Thank you, BN, for becoming a YouTube member. Oh my gosh. Oh, my leg. Oh. By the way, everybody, via Streamlabs, I'm trying to get $200 to pay for 2 weeks of groceries, and when we do get that much, which I was hoping to get like by the end of stream tomorrow, we'll see. I have some new cream eyeshadow, which is a product I've never used before, and I'll try to put it on stream. Where am I? It's been a fairly successful stream so far, yeah. Uh, oh my gosh. I'm trying to figure out where I am. Okay, I have so many things open. Okay, I have to catch up a little bit back. Yeah, I remember her having, like, I agreed with some of her shit at the beginning. I mean, I don't know, like, I saw what she was trying to do with regards to Calvin. Like, I saw what she was trying to accomplish. But now that she is at where she's at with her relationship with him, and, like, I don't personally feel like the harm has been redressed. She just decided that she has converted him, and it's fine now. Like, I think that I was just trying to see the good in someone who has way too much internalized transphobia. Okay, good. Yeah, Technetium, I thought I recognized you from another chat, like Vash's chat. Okay. I was like, how do you not know who Riley is? Yeah, Calvin Guerra. Yeah, is the Calvin that I'm thinking of. I do love Chariot. I really think she's pretty great. But she had unfollowed me, like, so banning me from the Discord just happened tonight, but she unfollowed me before anyway, and I think the reason that she unfollowed me before, well, the reason that she unfollowed me, I'm sure, was because I pointed out very aptly that she either intentionally or unintentionally called Doe a pedophile. So I feel like you just can't recover from that level of burn, you know? Like, how are you going to recover from that? What are you going to do? She kept harping. I said, you either intentionally or unintentionally justified pedophilia. Like, well, Riley, you called Doe a pedophile whether you mean to or not. It's what you did. It is astounding to me that people go after Doe the way that they do. Like, Doe is so sweet. Am I about to, like, get to, like, I feel like the way that I think about Doe, I imagine, is how people sometimes think toward me, which is like, you're so sweet that, like, I don't know how anyone could be mean to you. Because, like, I mean, like, bimbo politics, like, calling Doe an eco-terrorist, isn't that something that just happened? Like, someone calling Doe an eco-terrorist? Like, how are people doing this? I don't understand. A smoldering Zeph, not a burn. I really don't get the Doe hate. I think Doe has really interesting thoughts, and I love following it on Twitter. A shitposting dear fuck Yowie stan. Hell yeah. Or hell Yowie stan. Okay, I was looking at the censored version of the chat. Yeah. And, like, I don't know if I've said this before already, but, like, the part about the either intentionally or unintentionally thing that really kills me is that, like, she kept harping on, like, I said it could have been unintentional. Like, well, you're forgetting that half of what you said was, I think this person might be intentionally justifying pedophilia. Like, yeah, I really hope that Doe streams again someday. I think that I'm hoping that the only reason why it isn't streaming is because there just simply isn't space for it to do that right now. So when they move, the whole family unit, when they all move, soonish, hopefully there will be space. Because I would love to see it stream. I wasn't, like, I only started really becoming familiar with it when there was the actual debate happened. I had mostly been out of the loop about what had been going on up until then. Reverse censorship, yeah, true. Yeah, I never got to sit in on a stream of Doe's, and I'm really disappointed in myself for not. I should have checked them out. Them meaning, like, Doe and Demon Mama out when I first saw the argument between Demon Mama and Riley, but I didn't know who Demon Mama was, and I had no idea that I was going to end up liking her content so much, so I was just like, oh, I was thinking more about my thoughts and feelings about Riley's performance in that conversation than I was about, like, oh, let me go find this new person, you know? Yeah, I remember when Doe was streaming back in 2019 after Xanderhall shouted it out. That's pretty cool. It said it's retired. Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, I wouldn't blame Doe at all for just being like, I can't do this anymore. And, like, you know, obviously Demon Mama works hard and supports the household and everything. What is so bad is that she is a law student making such suggestions intentionally or unintentionally. Yeah. Hello, Jenny. How are you doing? Oh, BN, I'm sorry I missed your message earlier. I'm so glad to have you here. I'm so glad to have you as a member. It's going to be awesome. Mm. But yeah, I don't blame it at all for wanting to get out of it, to get out of the streaming and everything, you know? It just gets to have like nuclear takes on Demon Mama's stream, and then Demon Mama gets to deal with the fallout. So, but that's interesting. I was not expecting to be banned. I wasn't just kicked, I was banned. And to be clear, if I was kicked, I would not have tried to join back. I have no reason to be in there, except for like, I'm curious if any shit goes down. Watch this space, you know. That was like why I was in there. I was like, I'm curious. Shannon Williams, $2 super chat. Thank you so much for the $2 super chat. I think I might be allowed to be NB. You are allowed to be NB. Shannon, I think you messaged earlier. Oh, I'm sorry. I saw your message and then I didn't think, I just managed to miss it. I just realized that I'm allowed to be NB. If you have a moment after this, can you explain why it might be internalized misogyny? I don't think in most cases that it is internalized misogyny. I think that is like, I do get a way bigger cut from Streamlabs, yes. Hi Hope, we were talking about RGR. We've been talking about her briefly because I just checked my phone notifications and saw that I was banned from her Discord. So we were discussing that a little bit. Everyone can be a little NB as a treat. So yeah, because of the fact that women are, you know, subjected to misogyny, a lot of people have this instinctual, like not instinctual, a lot of people have this reflexive reaction like, oh, you just want to be treated better by other people, so you're going to try to escape womanhood. How do I stream the labs? In the description of the YouTube, there should be a link that says Streamlabs next to it. It should say like one-time donations via Streamlabs, I think is what it says. And you can do it there. You can also join us on the website chat, which is the top link in the description, and get a cool color name by doing a paid subscription on the website, but it's up to you. So yeah, a lot of people have this sort of reflexive reaction where they seem to think that you are just trying to escape the negative aspects of being perceived as a woman because of their badness on their own, and not because it's also involved with being treated like a woman. And like even if you treat women well, that it's still going to feel bad because the quintessential problem is not being a woman, right? So I don't actually, I'm sure that there are probably some people who are like, am I experiencing dysphoria because being a woman means being treated like shit, or because being treated like a woman, no matter what, feels like shit to me, you know? So, I'm sure that it can happen, but it feels like more of a concern troll, and I would treat it more as a concern troll. Although if you personally feel that it's important to consider whether you might have, like if you think it's important to consider whether internalized misogyny might be part of it, that's up to you. But like, for the most part, I feel that that's like, people don't really want to be a different gender just because being treated like a woman sucks. People who are women advocate for women to be treated better because they are women and they want to be treated better. People who aren't women and are treated like women, good and bad, don't want to be treated like a woman, good or bad, you know? I do have a White Nervosa site. Yes, Hope Eternal, I do have a White Nervosa site now. I have the White Leaf website. I did. I got blacklisted. Yeah, Chronic Scene. Yeah, like, when I was talking to my partner about hormones, like, I've been with the same person for 13 years. So when I was first talking to my partner about hormones, that was a question that he had, and I had to, like, come up with a way to explain how it was different, which is fine. I'm not upset about it, by the way. He wasn't, like, challenging me about my transness. He just genuinely, like, that's a question that people genuinely have is, well, is it just because being treated like a woman sucks? Like is it just because women get treated like shit, you know? Thank you, Nathan. Yeah. Doesn't that argument assume that misogyny goes away when you change your pronouns? Trans men still get treated like women, unfortunately, unless they pass very well or are stealth. This is a big thing that bothers me a lot, and I'm really glad that you brought it up. Because there's this thing that comes up sometimes, and this is something that's gonna come up periodically. I think that trans misogyny exempt and trans misogyny affected, or you'll see TME or TMA as the abbreviations, are completely garbage, useless terms. It's this framework that says, like, you can technically use this in a way that's not shitty. The way that I see it get used is basically like, as a trans man, you are exempt from trans misogyny, right? Like, I know this is, like, partially related. We'll get back there. But, like, you could potentially be misperceived as a trans woman. Like, that happens to a lot of us a lot. Like, throughout our transitions, people assume that we are the opposite thing that we started out as, right? And, like, usually tied into it is this idea that trans men just become, like, they just get all of the social privileges of being a cis man when they come out, but they don't. It's conditional, first of all. If they are stealth and successfully passing as a cis man, it's all that respect and privilege that they're getting is conditional on them staying in the closet at that point, like being stealth. Most trans men don't pass, though. Like, most trans men don't pass like that. And yeah, so you get treated like, you get misogyny when people just clock you as a woman. You get, I mean, there is a unique experience. I don't know what a great word for it. I think that some people have called it trans misandry. I think that trans misandry, like, you could say that there is a specific phenomenon in which there are ways that, like, transphobia happens to trans men in a way that it cannot happen to trans women. Like, trans women have trans misogyny. We understand as a community that there are some things that only trans women are affected by. Or that, like, for the most part, trans women are affected by. But, like, the kinds of gatekeeping to reproductive health care, if you don't have a uterus, the experience of being gatekept from uterus-related health care because of your gender is not something you can experience. So there are certain things, I believe, that are transandrophobia. Yeah. I guess, yeah. Whatever you would call it, trans misandry, transandrophobia, there is a specific problem that they have, right? Yes, technically, we are high school sweethearts. We didn't go to high school together, but technically, that is true. But yeah, and then being like, it's like it's like misogyny folded into transphobia, is but not trans misogyny, is so it's hard to like, it's weird. It's weird because like misogyny affects trans men and trans women. Yeah, having long hair by itself can make people treat you less seriously. Shannon, I don't think so. I haven't seen anything come up. But I can... Hold on, let me check my phone. Let me make sure that it wasn't... I may have missed one. Just making sure. Oh my gosh. I don't know why it didn't show up on the screen. I'm so sorry, Shannon, but thank you so much for your Streamlabs chat. I'll have to make sure to update all these links and everything. I'm just in a very big transition period. It's fine. Do you have to have a username? I'm not sure. Oh my gosh, we have gotten several Streamlabs today that haven't showed up on the screen. It's just kind of tricky, setting up this. I know, I'm in a transition period, right, Pepe? Getting the website set up versus, like, I was only using Streamlabs before, you know. So, oh my gosh. I'm gonna have to update this thing. But it's almost midnight, so I'm probably going to be wrapping up here soon. I do want to address some questions that I had seen in the chat. Excuse me. Something that does not make sense to me are the people identifying with neopronouns. To me, they seem weird and excessive. Why should neopronouns be taken seriously? Yeah. The vast majority of society doesn't know what neopronouns refer to, but also for the most part, we're not trying to get people to use them outside of the internet. Like, for the most part... Okay, there's a more recent question. Very confused about neopronouns. There are a lot of non-binary people identifying with neopronouns in the LGBT center at my college campus. To me, they seem weird and strange. I don't believe people who use neopronouns are really oppressed. So the thing is, science kid, that people who use neopronouns, like, for example, technically I use neopronouns. Like, I mean, it's really stupid that it pronouns are considered neopronouns because it's, listen, it's very dumb. But, technically I use its pronouns, right? But that's not my only thing, right? Like, a lot of people who are using neopronouns are also medically transitioning, facing gatekeeping for access of medical care or therapy. They're facing pushback from their families. And that pushback, like that pushback can be even to the idea of them using they, them pronouns. You know, if you're using the argument, you're appealing to the majority, argulum ad populum, by arguing that 95% of society doesn't even know what they refer to. Like, 95% of society doesn't even know that they, them pronouns can refer to a singular person using non-binary pronouns, right? Like, you can't use that argument because then I can just put the goalpost somewhere else using your same argument, right? It may... they, them pronouns... I wish it was easy to use they, them. True, Chronic Scene. So... basically, like, someone can be not vibing with they, them the same way that they don't vibe with being called she or he, right? So, like, I don't really vibe with they, them the same way that I used to. It's fine. I don't vibe with it the same way that I used to. To some people, she and he and they could all be equally extremely unpleasant. you know? And you can use they, them, and neopronouns. I use they and it. I'm not going to be upset with you if you use they, them, but I'm not as into it as I used to be. Like, they don't resonate the way that they used to. So you could say it could be easier to use they, them, but is it easier if it still causes issues for the person in the same way that, like, the original problem was I was born a girl and people are calling me she, and that's hurting my feelings or whatever. Like, I say hurting my feelings, and I'm like, that's a very dismissive way to phrase it, and it doesn't really convey the sincerity of the situation, but it's basically like, can you just have to, like, try to imagine, like, if you are a man, I'm just gonna assume, science kid. Okay, you said you're cis. Okay, so you say you're cis, people call me he. Are you a cis guy, science kid? Ooh, some people will go out of their way to be disrespectful with pronouns. I have a military rank before my name, but some call me Miss or Mister to passively disrespect me sometimes. That's true. Oh, yeah, okay, cis gay male. Sorry. Sorry, there's a lot to read. I don't know if you can imagine what it would be like if you're a man and you know that you're a man, but everyone around you said, you're clearly a woman. What are you talking about? What do you mean call you he? You're clearly a woman. I'm going to call you she. What the fuck are you talking about? And then that was happening with every person in your life. Every single person. It would be weird and awkward at first. Weird and awkward at first. The effect that has over time is damaging. And, like, on top of that, imagine that, like, the social pressure was so intense, like, the people retaliated against you for trying to do things that are considered normal for men to do. And then, like, the pressure on it was so intense that you had to start pretending to be a woman in order to avoid violence in your life. That is what you have to imagine in order to understand why people want to be, like what the kind of pressures are. Yeah, and so, yeah, you know that. And that's wonderful. That's amazing. Like, you can absolutely be feminine and still be male. Like, try to imagine what it would be like if people in your life were like, well, you're so feminine, you're clearly a woman. What do you mean you're a man? You're not a gay man. You're clearly a straight woman. Why are you going to these gay bars? You know, you're taking hard-won spots away from gay men who deserve it, you fucking faker. Like, can you, like, try to imagine it in, like, as many contexts in your life as you can. It is kind of like learning names. Yeah. Which can be difficult. I find it difficult to learn names. I'm way better with faces than I am with names. Tops can be more like straight men. I've heard this, yes. Yeah, I mean, they can be. I have the uncanny ability to chud out. I'll have to watch it back. Yeah, and I mean, to be honest, science kid, those are social pressure things as well. You know, like, have you ever noticed social pressure for tops to be more masculine or bottoms to be more feminine? There are social pressures that go into that intersect with misogyny. The idea that the receptive partner is being dominated, is feminine, is less strong, is less commandeering, you know? Yeah. It's interesting. There might be some, like, cool psychological crossovers with that. Yeah, no doubt, Morningstar system. Being trans at all, changing your presentation at all is difficult. It would be easier, socially speaking, to just not change anything. Yeah. No matter what, you're asking for something about society to change. You're asking something about society to change back to the way it was before colonialism. Pronouns are merely names in third-person perspective. Kind of. Oh, what kind of camera am I using? This is a Canon. This is a Canon. It's a proper camera with like a zoom, like a manual lens zoom, and a capture card. And then over here is the, oh no, I don't have it set up anymore. I was going to say over here I have the webcam, but I don't actually have it set up right now. Mask for Mask feels misogynistic. It generally is, yeah. What are you, a YouTuber or something? Mask for Mascara. I love that. I love that. That's amazing. That's like when you're a mask top and you're looking for you want a drag queen partner. That's really interesting, Shannon. Avoiding yaoi. Afraid of appropriating a struggle that didn't hit me the same way. Mask for Mask is like gay guys who have a sexuality similar to straight men and want some muscular dominant daddy. Like, the idea about Mask for Mask is that, like, I think that there is an underlying ideology behind Mask for Mask that is, which says, like, there's an underlying belief that being feminine is bad. Like, a man acting feminine is, like, less of a man. Like, people will say horrible things, such as, like, if I wanted to fuck a woman, I'd go fuck a woman, you know? Like, that could have been a lot nastier. But, like, people will say, like, you know, do you remember the emo song? Do you all remember the emo song? I'm an emo kid, non-conforming as could be. You'd be non-conforming too if you look just like me. There's a line in that song that's like, he's like, my girlfriend doesn't want to hang out with me. It's never any fun. She says, or they say they already have a pussy. They don't need another one. Like, that's kind of the vibe from Mask for Masks is like, if you act like a woman, then I might as well be dating a woman, and you're not enough of a man for me as a gay man. I want to have sex with a man, you know? And that's a spectrum that goes from, like, feminine cis gay men to, like, trans men being off the table, you know? Yeah. Yo, what could be more manly than two manly men fucking dicks? I have paint on my nails and makeup on my face. I'm almost emo enough to start shaving my legs. Because I feel real deep when I'm dressing in drag. I call it freedom of expression. Most just call me a fag because our dudes look like chicks. It's like, it just gets worse. That part of the song is terrible. It's not a very kind song. I knew that at the time. I was like, this song is trying to make fun of me, but I'm not going to let it make fun of me. I'm going to have fun with it instead. Technetium just making me feel like a dinosaur today. Like a fucking dinosaur today. Oh my gosh. Oh my god, it is old though. It is really old. I remember like being on the bus listening to that. Grindr is a cesspool, but also I'm horny. True. Jess, if we're roughly the same age, you would have been like in late middle school, early high school. When did it come out? Hold on. Emo song. No. I'm an emo kid. Song. When did it come out? 2008. 2008. So. By Adam and Andrew. Yeah. Yeah, 2008. Immersion. It's possible it came out in 2005. Yeah. Listen, this is the niche internet stupid shit, okay? Let me go throw my back out now, true. So, yeah. Anyway. You know you're old when you start waking up from sleep and you can't turn your head one direction. Like, it's always to the left for me. I'm always like, if I wake up and I can't turn my head, I'm always like, no. And I'm like, oh, okay, I can turn it this way. And then I'm like, no. That's what starts happening after you turn 25. Oh, no, yeah, no, I do. I stretch. But I'm just like, sometimes you just wake up that way. Sometimes you just wake up like that. Google shows 2006. Okay, so 2006. Middle school for me. I was 5. Technetium, get out! Get out! Get out. More grape juice. Return. I no spill grape juice. I no spill grape juice. Oh my gosh. Merch, that doesn't sound great. Oh my gosh. Jack Coleman. You might be the oldest person in website chat, but Mersh in the YouTube chat is 51. Oh my gosh. I made a friend in her early 20s recently, and every time we talk, I'm constantly reminded of what a dinosaur I am. I'm 27, and I've only woken up that way in the first few months after I got COVID. Even then, it didn't stick around, which is kind of funny because I have a whole host of other chronic issues. Yeah, it doesn't happen crazy often to me. Maybe only happened like 2 or 3 times in the 3 years since I turned 25 that I like wake up and I can't turn my head to the left. I have this other issue that I get, like, I tore something when I was doing a deadlift in 2016, or early 2017, somewhere around there, and, no, it was 2016, and if I overstretch my back now, I can, like, flare that injury. Sucks. So I actually have to, like, not go too hard when I'm doing yoga. What do you think about what is going on in Ukraine, by the way? Do you think that Russia will win the invasion? So, I've been not really talking about this because I am so not an expert, but broadly, I think that the Ukrainian bravery is extremely admirable and inspiring, and I am moved to tears by it on a near daily basis. I think the president of Ukraine is holding his shit together shockingly well, and that his display of leadership is, again, incredibly inspiring. It kind of looks to me like Russia is getting clowned on. I agree, Jess. I worry a little bit that things are going to escalate in a way that is unfixable before, Ukraine really wants to join the European Union. Ukraine isn't part of NATO because of the fear of Russian retaliation. TLDR. So, yeah, we stand with Ukraine here. Russia, literally, when I woke up today, yes, I open Twitter before I get out of bed some days. I'm terrible. I was looking at Twitter, and it was like, Russia declares ceasefire, and I was like, what the fuck are you talking? What? And then it was like, Russia declares ceasefire, but shockingly continues firing on escape routes from Ukraine. Like, oh, okay. So we're just doing war crimes now. So, oh my gosh, itchy. Yeah, exactly. They declared it falsely. They were lying, Yeah, they can't join NATO because of the ongoing territorial dispute with the Donbas. Who is it with Russia that they have a territorial dispute, or is it someone else? Ukraine might join NATO soon after Russia leaves. They did apply to join the EU. Yeah, they've been actively talking about joining the EU. Yeah, isn't Putin president for life? It's pretty fucked. I feel bad for the Russian people, I don't think that they deserve to be dealing with the shit that they're dealing with. Like, the fucking balls that you have to have growing up in the fucking shadow of Russia. Like, I am sorry for using the same sexist fucking commentary that everybody, but the fucking balls, of steel attached to your truck is what you have to have growing up in the shadow of fucking Russia. Like, man, President Zelensky. Yeah, you cannot even protest the invasion there because you will be censored or arrested or something. Yeah, I have, it's not great in America. It's not particularly great. But it was a noteworthy big deal when people were getting kind of just kidnapped off the streets in Portland and detained without due process. That's just run of the mill in Russia. For us, that was like, what are you doing? Excuse me, what are you doing? But for Russia, that's like par for the course. That's like, do you want to get fucking killed? Because if you don't, then you'll keep your mouth shut. It's been, violently illegal to be gay there for Putin's term, I feel really bad for them. As far as, do I think they're going to win? Do I think the Russian government and army is going to successfully take Ukraine or destroy Ukraine? Like, they've certainly been trying to blow up their fucking nuclear plants. Unless there is some... It's hard for other nations to take action because of... the threat of nuclear war, like Russia could be like, hey, America, you, don't you move. I'm looking at you. I'm watching you. Hey? Don't you step one toe out of line. You come one step across that ocean. Nuclear war. So we kind of can't do the kind of shit we normally do. Intervention is dangerous. Unfortunately. So, did you guys see that picture of him meeting with some of his advisors, and he's like literally like 15 feet across the room at a table, like just in case someone tries to stab him or poison him or something, presumably is why that was like that. I feel like starting a revolution in Russia would be so hard and dangerous. It's true. Yes, the mutually assured destruction thing, as fucking stupid as the situation is, it's so weird, like, holding the entire world hostage. But, like, you know, like, chat, we experienced today, like, a miniature version of that same thing with the chat here, where, like, some people, like, just came in to fuck shit up for the purpose of fucking people's shit up, and, like, basically holding the chat hostage until I turned off my stream, like, was the goal. They were holding my chat hostage until I quit streaming. And, like, people with much more power and much more influence do the same types of things, but, like, on a way bigger, way more dangerous scale, you know? It was chat terrorism. We did not negotiate. Putin has been trying to kiss up to the Orthodox Church, is part of why LGBTQ plus have been persecuted. Also, according to Soviet doctrine, homosexuality was Western. True. What does war crimes even mean? Like, does war need to exist? Isn't every war a crime? Yeah, I mean, I'm obviously, like, I mean, maybe not obviously. I feel like it should be obvious that I'm not pro-war. I don't even know if I think that governments are a good idea at this point. I mean, not that governments aren't a good idea, but that states aren't a good idea. States and governments are not necessarily the same thing, I don't think. This is very early in Lux figuring out that they might be an anarchist, actually. War is bad, but not a crime. I mean, crime is socially constructed, y'all. Did we know this? Yeah, crime is socially constructed. So, if I work at a fast food restaurant and I'm hungry and I eat the food, legally that's crime. But if I worked 44 hours and my boss only submitted 40 hours to payroll, that is a civil matter. My boss cannot be jailed for that. The company cannot be jailed for that, you know? We construct crime. So war, like, my partner pointed out that Sokka commits a war crime in Avatar: The Last Airbender. And I was like, why? Wait, what do you mean he commits a war crime? Like wearing the enemy's colors in order to gain a tactical advantage is a war crime? And I was like, but why? That's just like a tactical advantage, right? The lines are so arbitrary. Like, yeah, chlorine gas being a war crime, I get it. Like, that's fair, right? Using the enemy's colors just seems like good tactics to me. So it just goes to show that, you know, it's very arbitrary. Texas is a war crime, true. War is the failure of the state and the breakdown of the social contract. War crimes are crimes against humanity if, in theory, no state existed. Universally wrong. Yeah. I, too, wish there were criminal penalties for labor violations. And, Marxist-Leninist transdearist anarchism with Vashist characteristics. True. People who fret a lot about crime seem to only really care about crimes when they're committed by poor people. True. That's because states are meant to reinforce power structures. So that's why there's so many, like, brown people in jail for smoking weed, but, like, lawyers and CEOs and tech giants all do coke all the time. One of my professors taught me that war was politics by other means. I don't know that I would agree that it's politics by other means. Because I think that politics, in a certain way, is like it's like a war on all scales at varying degrees. The only explanation for Putin's war is that he is lashing out in desperation because he has no other way of influencing Ukraine now other than direct coercion. It's really, I don't have any idea why he's doing what he's doing. I frankly don't understand it at all, but I'm not a cunt, so. Almost got crushed by a ton machine on Thursday at work. Holy fuck, Shannon. Oh my god, I'm so glad you're okay. Hydra. Yeah, Hydra is responsible. Putin, in theory, is trying to geopolitically reestablish former Soviet state borders. Yeah. That is, like, ostensibly he's saying, like, this part of the land is free and we're going there to free it from the Ukrainian government. Like, that's what he's been claiming the whole time, right? It would be nice to live in Star Trek. It would be cool. Laws are threats made by the dominant socioeconomic ethnic group in a given nation. It's just the promise of violence that's enacted, and the police are basically an occupying army. You know what I mean? I don't know who you're quoting, old woman Josiah, but that is... yeah, laws are like an implicit threat. What example have I set, Shannon? Are you looking for another job so that you're not in safety situations like that? Because that would be following my example. Oh, he blames the USSR for the creation of Ukraine as an independent state. Interesting. Yeah, if he's trying to reclaim former Soviet states, several of them are now in NATO. Oh, it's from Dimension 20. It is apt. It is. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Putin claims that Ukraine always belonged to Russia, like China with Taiwan. Someone on Twitter the other day was like, respond with the name of your country and I'll tell you what I think about it. And the person was Chinese, like they had a China flag in their username, but then, every person who replied with Taiwan, they just didn't respond because China doesn't recognize Taiwan's independence. Hey, I'm glad, Shannon. I'm glad that you are getting some things figured out, you know? I helped get the push started, but you brought it home. There is no China, only East Taiwan. True. Okay, y'all. Frankly, I'm not even tired. Good night, Chronic Scene. Yeah, wouldn't it be West Taiwan? I don't know how it works. I don't actually know where Taiwan is. Bad geopolitics. I ain't even tired, but I do know that I need to start winding down. because I will try to wake up in the normal time in the morning. So, I'm not going to bother Lucy again. He's so sweet. I don't want to bother him again. I went for longer than I was expecting, but it was fun. Oh my gosh. Late night streams. What a fun time. I am still planning on streaming tomorrow. In the afternoon, probably. I'll update this in the meantime. So we might be able to do new eyeshadow tomorrow. Thank you for helping me pay for my groceries, everybody who donated tonight. I appreciate that so much. Thank you for your super chats and becoming members and your subs on the website. And thank you for hanging out. Thank you for liking the stream. Hey, no worries, Jess. I know how to turn on sub-only mode now, so we'll be okay. But yes, once again, thank you all so much for hanging out. I appreciate your feedback and making this a positive place to be. Thank you for making coming to work be such a positive experience for me. It's quite nice. So, thank you. Hope you have a good rest of your night and that you rest well. Gunu. Gunu.